Oh, hi. How are all of you? I hope your week is going well. We're past hump day, and for those who have to endure work, um, that's an accomplishment for you, apparently. So, just kind of waiting for the stream to get going here, so I can see what delay I'm on, and when I will be answering questions. So, yeah, there's obviously a delay every time I try to do this. Seems like every time. But that is the way of it. So what we're going to try and do today is just basically have fun, right? We're going to chat. We're going to hang out. I'm going to answer your questions. It's just chat and hang out, man. Two pipes. I wonder. CJ! I'm gonna publish the site. My hosting is out, and I gotta keep my money because my wife's grandmother is passing away. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Well, just let me know when it's back up. I mean, I'm gonna keep pointing people towards you as soon as it is, so that you can, start getting some coffee out there, some bitter coffee for the bitter people of the world, who I can personally attest to are out there in droves, because I spent most of my week debating a post on Instagram that was absolutely ridiculous, and everyone's entitled to their opinion, as you said, as I've said before, to all of you, and I found it amazing. I found it absolutely amazing, the question. Okay, so they posed the question. They go, if God is real, why does he allow so much suffering? And they had A, B, D, and C, and it's like, he can't, he doesn't want to, he doesn't care, or he doesn't exist. And I'm thinking to myself, why is an atheist putting this out there? Why are you putting out this kind of post? If you don't believe in God, why are you trying to convince everyone that he doesn't exist through a post by using God? And then everyone I spoke to, and I'm telling you, I've been through this literally a week straight. They would come in, oppose me, I'd give them the evidence, I would tell them the truth, they would give up and fall away. And then another one would come in and do the same thing, and they would give up and fall away. I told them I would never quit. I won't quit. I won't yield. I know that God's real. I believe in Christ. He's our salvation. Nobody else wanted to believe that, of course. And he's like, they called him, and then they would get belligerent or insulting and say, yeah, you believe in a wizard in the sky, and you believe in this magical fairy tale book or whatever. And I'm thinking, like, you're sitting here reading stuff from the Bible to try and disprove the existence of God. Do you see a problem with that? I don't know. Daniel, Barry, hi, how are you doing? Welcome. Lisa, welcome. Welcome. Everyone, welcome. I hope we have a good chat today. We're just going to hang out and talk about whatever we want to. We're going to just kind of relax. It's after hump day. The weekend's coming. And I'm just kind of sitting here in the shop, waiting for parts and waiting for the printer to finish some stuff, and then I'll continue on my work. If you're not familiar with my work, there's plenty of playlists for you to choose from to find out what it is I do. So welcome to everyone. I am also on the same delay as most people when it comes to the chat, because I'm using the forward-facing camera on the phone for the mobile, which means that I have to watch it from a tablet. So if you pose a question, and I don't answer it right away, it isn't because I'm ignoring it. It's because I'm on the same delay as you are, basically. So be patient with me, please. I don't have, super expensive equipment. So, um, so how is everyone doing today? I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'll wait for the delay, that way everyone can say something. They're all gone. And it's done, they're all, hi, bye. I am a little bit early. Well, I was a little bit early coming in. So, but we are scheduled for 2. So, here we are, and we're ready to chat. So I just keep waiting for people to jump in, and they're thinking like, it's a Thursday, man. Is it Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday. I just said that. Is Thursday not a good day to like do it, or is it just like the work hours? Just curious. Yummy. Yummy, yummy. So, I'm going to wait for people to mosey on in here and have a seat and just kind of sit and chat. I mean, the whole idea behind it is just relax, chat, hang out, whatever you want to talk about. If you're sick of the traffic, if you're going to get something off your chest, just let it out. Hang out. Just chill. And everything will be okay. Positive vibes for everyone. All one of you. Someone out there. Wrong pipe. That one was for later. That'll light your ass up. Hey, how's it going, little boy? I grabbed the wrong pipe. Damn. That stuff has a bite to it. It would be better with what? No, I don't think so. Just the devil's lettuce. Good Lord, I'm a lightweight. Oh. Wow. Oh. Just trying to cough it out. That was not intentional. I wasn't going for that one first. I was going for the tobacco pipe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally fine. My wife's all checking on me. She's like, you alright? Thank you. Thank you, Sebastian. Welcome. Stop flexing. That's welcome to you too. If I didn't say that already, I apologize. It is an awesome Deadpool mask. It's the magnetic one that has the pieces that come off. And then there's like another cool mask behind me, hanging from over there. That's the one I do banking with. I'm just kidding. But the point of these chats are always just to just come in and have fun. Good Lord. Oh, this is why everyone doesn't like me at the dispensary. Because I buy a little bag and it lasts me like an entire month. I see people going in there buying like 3, 4, 5 bags, you know, and then like a whole bunch of pre-rolls, and they're like, I'm like, man, are you stocking up for the winter? He's like, no, I'm going to a party this weekend. And I'm like, you're gonna smoke all of that? He's like, oh yeah, man, I smoke a lot. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like one little hit, that puts me, I'm done. I'm done. Everyone hates me for it because the stuff I get lasts like a whole month. And I only have to go on once to buy it. Little 7-gram baggie from a dispensary here in Cali, where almost everything that's fun is illegal. Except for that, apparently. Because now they can get taxes from it. Guess who lives... Son of a... guess who lives in the boonies and is getting fiber internet real soon? That would be you. Yeah, some people do buy for a couple months ahead. I get that. I don't even know what that means, bro. What is it? Batshit? Okay. Hey, Bat. I don't know what that means. Jenny, welcome. Do you have a recommendations for do I have recommendations for diarrhea? Don't get it? It sucks? I mean, what are you talking about? Like, you have a specific kind of diarrhea you're looking for? Sounds like you're shopping for diarrhea when you ask a question like that. You're like, yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say, like, I'm looking for some diarrhea. So I was just kind of curious on if you had a specific brand. I'm like, you know, Taco Bell. That's a good brand of diarrhea. Yes, Stanford. Welcome. Jesus is coming. This I wholeheartedly believe. And trust me, I had a full week debate with people on Instagram on a post that an atheist put out, trying to use the Bible to tell me that God doesn't exist. I don't know if anyone could find the inherent error in that one, but they would come at me. I mean, at least 20, 30 people, and I'm answering question after comment after question after comment after question after comment, and they're just getting more and more upset at me because I'm holding on to my faith, and they're just like, they're getting more and more angry. And I'm like, just calm down, take a breath. You know, do your research. I'm not forcing anything on you. This is your choice. Just like the Garden of Eden, we had a choice. We screwed up. Welcome to the suffering. The only way out is through Christ. Now you have to endure to the end. Too bad, so sad. Deal with it. There is only one truth. And that's all there is to it. You can never win an argument online. No, you can't, because they're not right there. They like to throw out those insults and think that they're safe behind their screens, not remembering or even realizing, if I had already told them, what my prior employment was, and how if you do like threaten me or anything like that online, I'm going to find you in under 10 minutes. And the chances are you're close to somebody I know. Ben, welcome. Did I say welcome to Ben already? I can't really remember because I hit the wrong pipe just a minute ago. Oh, you're the moderator now, Max? Oh, please show us your moderator powers. Dang. Johnny, you're entitled to your opinion. As long as you keep it funny comical and somewhat sensible like that. If you become disruptive or vulgar to the people in the chat, that's when I, and you're gone. But I don't like to kick anyone or ban them because I really wanted this to be an open forum for people to just kind of relax and chat, hang out, talk about what you want to talk about. Just obviously not like stupid shit. Okay, so use your head. Old Glory. I swear, man, he's got a list. Just like, all right, I got the answer to that one right here. P-51 versus Spitfire? What Spitfire? Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, I'm catching up on the chat, not ignoring anyone. Why would we ban Old Glory? He's a moderator. You're the one coming in throwing hands. Don't get surprised if you wake up looking at the ceiling. That's not Groot. You talking about the mask behind me? Welcome, by the way. That's not Groot. That's actually my companion while I'm on the road. He's a friend of mine, sort of like Wilson was on Castaway. I actually hang this on the passenger side of my car, on the headrest, so I can use the commuter lane. It works out really well. And nobody asks questions because they look over and then they don't want to look back. So, it works perfect. No, I'm breaking things. Entirely reprintable. What's no name? Good Lord, man, get that out of there. Oh, you're talking about the name for the mask? What do we call him? How about... I have no idea. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I love it when you all come in here. I love it I even love it when the trolls come in because everyone needs a pet, right? Have I ever eaten human flesh? That's none of your damn business, so no, thank you to stay out of my personal affairs. Kind of like bubblegum. Cartilage is a little, Yeah, there you go. Night King from Game of that could, I don't know if that's it or not, to be honest with you. Looks pretty close. I assume that's 49mm. I'm assuming that means a name. Hello, how are you? King, Zort, you're all here. I love it. I love it. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Max, what are you asking? He set me up for a troll, I think. I can already see it coming. He's asking what happened to my face. Why are you asking that question? I want to hear the insult. And that's what I'm waiting for. Because my response would be like your mom. And that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like you're gonna ask me, what happened to your face? Your mom. Tell her to wash more. I'm slow and innocent, boy. That's a great name. That's an awesome name. I'm trying to say hi to everybody. Alan, welcome to the chat. Charlie, if I didn't say her, welcome already. Welcome. Today, he puts today at the end of it. I look well groomed today. Yeah, looks like they're taking care of the apes at the zoo. No, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But most of the day, I won't even brush my hair until coffee, like the second cup of coffee, because then I'll be able to tolerate it. Before that, it's just like I don't care if it's I'll answer the door like that. I'll go to the damn store like that. Just and nobody will even question me because now I look like a crazy guy. So who's gonna walk up against a guy who's 6'4" and 290 and just doesn't give a shit about his hair in the morning? It's just too funny. People like part the ways. It's easy to shop, and people are like, "This guy's gonna kill us," And it's like I'm just there shopping, You see me in past streams, don't lie. What are you talking about? Oh, you were referring to the Deadpool mask. I think I understand what you're talking about. Nothing's happened to my face. Hold on, let me catch up here. I'm currently drinking from a bottle of iced tea, which you ingest through. Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you? Appreciate the subs if you're here. I love it. You guys are great. Come on in, sit down, have a chat. If I can stop coughing. Wrong pipe this morning. Ireland. Good evening from Ireland. Good evening to you too. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is the Irish side of me. Sound like a freaking leprechaun, don't I? The accent isn't an insult. I love Ireland. I've never had a chance to actually go there yet, but I know that I have a lot of ancestors there because of, ancestry. So I did the DNA thing, so they found out a whole bunch of stuff. Old Grandpa Robert the Bruce. Oh, it's Scotland. Hold on. Well, there's somebody in Ireland. I know that. I own a castle somewhere. I know that. Thank you. Righto. It's a very nice mask. Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon. Very good printer. I'm not affiliated with them. I'm just hoping that they'll hand me an H2D because I'm nice to them and I mentioned them for free in one of my lives, if anyone cared. What's my thoughts about Pakistan? I don't have any thoughts about Pakistan. Don't care. I mean, I know everyone's like, do they belong there? Do they not belong there? But I don't think about it daily. I'm watching for other signs. Pakistan, not one of my... I don't care. And I don't mean that in the sense that I think war is, I don't care about the war. Because lives being lost in any situation is unnecessary if it can be avoided. Thank you. Somebody finally noticed the shirt. Give that man and or woman a button, or both. I don't know. It's 2025. I can't tell anymore. Give him a button. Like a medal. He noticed the shirt. Whoever got a girlfriend, congratulations. Be careful. Zork? He was trolling? Did I miss it? Oh, man. That's too bad. I was looking for... It's always so entertaining to me when they come in and troll. They're like trying to start something with somebody, or... It's like, it's funny. It's funny. It's like they're doing it for their own entertainment, obviously. You know, held as a child too much or not enough. I don't know. Dropped off the head, fell off the couch. Who knows? You know. But I think it's cool when they come in here because it's funny. Because nothing a troll's gonna say when they come here is gonna bother me in the least. So you're wasting your time. If you're a troll, you might as well just subscribe and then wait until you can find something to troll me on, because I don't care. It doesn't offend people as much. That I do agree. I need to get a more offensive shirt. And I need to be more inclusive in my insults. I want to kind of get everybody in there. I don't want to offend just one of you. I want to offend you as a group so you feel inclusive, you know? Because that's what's right? That's what Let's is barking about, is like inclusiveness. So if I'm going to offend somebody, I want to do it as a whole. So y'all get together and then I'll burn a rainbow flag or something. Kingzor. Oh, you love war crimes, huh? Have you committed any? Or you just like the concept of war crimes? What? You've never seen a rake leaning against the wall before? Look closer. Or like, you know, wipe off them eyeballs. Hell, I smoked from the wrong pipe 10 minutes ago. And I can tell you that's a broom against the wall. Or a rake. One of the two. But if you're offended by the tools of a garden, I can't help you. Professor, that's his sister. His sister's a rake. There's a pun in there somewhere, but I don't know how to match it up quite yet. I could write. I don't know what you're trying to say. Joey Monster? Did I miss something? Oakley Bull, welcome. What's up? How things in your neck of the woods? The broom is working in your nursing school. You could start an Only Brooms website right now, dude, and make a killing just off that image alone. So I mean, screw OnlyFans. Go to Only Brooms. Old Glory. Old Glory is only brooms. Just put that image up. And you're going to get every man from the east to the west coast getting on that thing. Not me, because I already know what it is. But you can make a killing. Reported to the chief of police. What did you report? Expect to knock at my door soon. Oh no! I'm afraid. I'm scared, everybody. Dude, I hang out with the sheriffs around here and shoot 37 millimeters at people who trespass across the street. Flashbangs. They think the shit's cool. I hope they come over. I'll have them get on the stream with me. Charlie. Poor guy. You tried. It was a good try. I appreciate the effort, but you have failed. Must be a leftist. I called the police. You're having fun. That shit ain't legal. You're not allowed to have fun. You're supposed to respect my pronouns. How's it going, BXD? Glad you're here. Oh yeah, law don't come around here. It's like, sure, you want to come by and hit my place up, try to tell somebody I did something wrong. I'm not gonna blame them. I'm gonna blame you. And then think of the problems you have. Like future problems. ID goes missing, can't find a car key. That kind of thing. Starts like that. Works its way up to things coming up to your Ring doorbell camera. And then next thing you know, there's a damn satellite above your house. The beauty of still having friends in the army. I love it when people threaten me on here. I do. So I'm like, dude, go for it, man. Give it a shot. I want to see how that goes down. Look like everybody bugging out. Look at them all leaving. They're like, this guy ain't no fun. We can't get under his skin. Oh, you guys are great. We need a worthy troll. I need a challenge. You want to see those veins of these? Or these? Or this, perhaps? Does that do it for you? Your spank bank full? You want to see those veins? I'm gonna show you my veins. I got a one particular vein I'll slap you upside the face with. Look like you got a Darth Vader tattoo when you're done. Yeah, it looks like you need more tobacco. One moment, please. Yes, he must be concerned about whether I need to see your veins just in case I'm ever in your area on your side of the planet and you need blood. Dude, I donate blood like crazy. Plasma. I used to donate plasma a lot. And it's because I have some thick veins. And they're like, we love it when you come in here. Just set the machine up, start collecting plasma. So they got one 15 gauge in this arm, another 15 gauge in this arm. Pulling out the red, spinning out the plasma, and then giving me my red blood cells back at the same time. And then I started working for that company, where I was actually packaging the plasma, handling the MSDS, that kind of stuff, and all the chemicals, making sure the saline bags were all stocked and all that other good stuff. And all the medical supplies necessary for them to basically, I work for a vampire. That's basically what it was. I'm overthinking what? Please tell me what I'm overthinking. Mike, you made a homepage for an orphanage and kids, but they had a hard time finding. Why am I laughing at that? It's a good one, dude. Give me props on that one. Oh, man. Oh, forearm veins look sexy. You know, my wife says that to me all the time. Okay, first off, one, I don't work out. I never have. I mean, what I did in the military, that was pretty much it. Fort Benning, Fort Gordon, back to Fort Benning, and then I can't tell you anything else after that. But my point is, that's where I trained, and I did a lot of working out there because you kind of have to, because that go to sleep at midnight, get up at 3 a.m. Lucky if you don't have fire watch in between those two times, because that sucked. And then you're up running at 5 o'clock, at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're getting up, getting out there, and getting ready, running 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, whatever the drill sergeant felt like that day. Then after all that, you get back in time for chow. You got to shower up, get into your BDUs, and then get down in there in the line, get ready for chow, and do chow so you can go out and start training, doing everything you do, right? But that's really the only working out I ever did. You know, it just stuck, I guess. It hurts though. I got wounded left knee, sorry, right knee. Left knee, you. I got wounded right knee, got out on debt disability. It's okay, because it pays my rent, but they don't pay you enough. And I didn't go in expecting payment. I went in because we were attacked, so. You seek wisdom? Dobby. Come on, Dobby. What wisdom do you seek? The guy assaulted... Okay, Mike, the guy assaulted me with milk. Oh, Terry. What the freaking heck are you getting these? I feel like they're the jokes on the bubblegum wrappers when we used to get when we were kids. And you freaking kept them. Attacked by... Yeah, well, I know what I know now what we were attacked by. Wife of mine, if you're watching, can you give me a tea out of the refrigerator, please? I would drink water, but that would be smart. Bazooka Joe. Yes, Bazooka Joe. That's exactly right. Good God! You're all my age! I can tell by the jokes. Pretty close. I'm a little older. Oh, here we go with the guessing game again. If you're all new people coming in, because there's some people that do come back and see the lives again, and they already know my age. So, am I older or younger than you? You're gonna say older. The beard always throws people off. So guess my age. The winner gets nothing except my recognition. I hope it's worth it. I want to hear the dad jokes too, Charlie. Henry Rice. An interesting way. We were talking about. What were we talking about? He comes. I don't know if he's coming in hot with a warning or what. You know. He's like flying in. He's like, oh, Tim, just so you know. RDAMRC, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Welcome. 38, no, Charlie. Although I appreciate that. I doubt anyone's gonna. I mean, it's gonna take you a while to guess it. I would imagine, unless somebody's like really lucky. That tends to happen. Henry, may I ask why you're stating all these facts? He's called a pilot. I did too, man. In this one, and I grabbed it on accident like 20 minutes ago. I think it was 20 minutes ago. I don't even know what time it is now. Okay, they're accurate. What is your point, Henry? You're running in here with this like, what a little button or something? Waldo, we found Waldo! I found Waldo. TPC found Waldo. Tell the world we have found Waldo. Waldo, you need to subscribe. You're like #1 subscriber. I can tell the world I found Waldo. $4.29. Yeah, sometimes accidentally. My dear wife. Where art thou? Can I have one of my teas with lemon in it, please?
How much lemon do you put in?
Huh?
How much lemon, though?
Like 4 or 5 squirts of the lemon.
How's that go?
I'm not sure how I'm going to do this on camera. How much lemon, she says, out of the bottle. I'm like, 4 or 5 squirts?
Oh my god.
Work the shaft. It'll come out easier.
What?
I've taught you. Work the shaft. It'll come out easier. Waldo. I gotta call Guinness. We found Waldo. Finally found Waldo. He's alive. What happens when a frog's car breaks down? Oh, good lord. I gotta hear this one, Charlie. What's the answer? And again, everyone, I'm on the same delay as you because I'm doing the forward-facing camera on my phone, so forgive me if I don't catch your joke right away or your question or anything else. Jackson, hi, how are you? You're a game developer. That's cool. What have you worked on? I don't smoke crack. I smoke weed. It's California. Weed is legal. I do smoke it. Yes. The other substance which you're referring to is illegal. I would not condone, nor would I recommend it to anyone.
Is that good?
Ah, j'en tellement cher les petits gens. Perfect. Thank you, my dear. What? Earth isn't flat. You gotta stop relating stick to your mom's chest. It's like flat all the way across. Carpenter's dream. Flat as a board. It gets towed. Damn you, Charlie. I'm sort of glad Doomsday's coming. Yes, I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Thank you, Omar. Welcome. I like you, Omar. You came in and just said, you know what? We're screwed. It's coming. I love it. Biblical cosmology is a thing. Yes? I suppose it is. If you look at it that way. Basically, people who don't read the Bible are going to go, you know, they see the signs and they're like, oh my gosh, this is happening. And it's like, you all heard of the false prophet. He's already out there. One of them. I mean, many false prophets, not just him. This guy that's been on, like, this popular dude that's been on saying he's the successor of Jesus. And I'm like, well, I'm his kid. I belong to God. I belong to Jesus. I mean, screw you if you think you're a successor. I'm the one that gets the kingdom. You're the false prophet. Bring some sunblock. You're going to need it. He is not the successor of Christ. He is a false prophet. When Christ returns, man, that's it. I really hope everyone's on the right page. Because I'm telling you, I don't care how good a man you've been either. If you haven't accepted Christ, you ain't getting in. That's all there is to it. You can be the best person in the entire world your entire life. If you did not accept Christ to atone for your sins, that's it for you. And everyone hates to hear the harsh truth. They're like, Christianity is supposed to be nice and sweet in Sunday school. No, it isn't. You know? It isn't. The world's full of sin and wickedness and disobedience from man. They caused it. There's only one way out of it. One way. And that's through Christ. And if people don't like that answer, too bad. I wish you the best of luck. I don't know if you would get a solar system for a reading. No, I am not a flat earth bro. You know what firmament means? It's not a freaking Pyrex dish over a flat ball. That's ridiculous. Firmament means a gilding in Hebrew. Okay, they used it in references to the gold gilding around the statues, which was also referred to as a firmament. It is the gilding around the earth, the oxygen, the heavens. Okay, that's what he was referring to. Not a glass dome. You're thinking two-dimensionally, which is ridiculous. You're thinking from a narrow perception, which is ridiculous. And you're not taking in, and you're trying to basically put a limit on what God can do. And those are all mistakes. You're misinterpreting the entire thing. Okay? We look into the sky, we know that we go in around the sun in an elliptical orbit. We know it's round, we know Jupiter's round, we know all the other planets round. We know the moon is round. We know that because you could test the same theory with a flashlight with shadows on a ball here on Earth and then look at the moon and go, oh, it must be a ball. Duh. And what? All of a sudden somebody, the Loch Ness Monster came around and said, we want this one to be flat. Let's just smush it. Oh, somebody got some extra Pyrex? Bam! Firmament. I mean, give me a break. It's the most ridiculous shit I ever heard in my life. But you're entitled to your opinion. I mean, go right ahead. You run with it, man. Run. Run to the ice wall. Shit. It's not Asgard. What the hell is wrong with people? I've heard that argument over and over and over again. The Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat. How do you think your frickin' GPS works? How do you think geostationary satellites work? How do you think orbital mechanics works? Physics, gravity, for crying out loud. Take a drop of water, drop it on a slow motion camera. As it starts to settle because of the tension of the skin, what shape does it take? A sphere. You want to know why? Because it's the easiest, most practical form that is created in the universe. That's how it works. Oh, I love it. How does Ling's cancer work? Well, I don't know Ling personally, but I hope she gets better soon. You can put a magnetometer model on the blah 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 until what? A heliocentric model. You sound like an idiot. What do you? Where's your? Okay, fine. Prove that it's flat. Prove why on the other side of the planet right now it's dark. And if you were to look at the moon, if the moon was actually out during the middle of the day, which it sometimes is because it's orbiting us, because we're a ball with a gravitational field, you'll see that the shadows on the Earth match up and correspond with the shadows on the moon, and that's going to be the crescent that you see. I'm not going to sit here and explain it to you. This is the kind of conversation I had on Instagram when it came down to religion. The bottom line is they didn't want to believe, had no intention on believing. What they wanted to do was trying to corner people who did believe, because they wanted to try and make themselves, they wanted to try to make them look foolish. They wanted that feeling of, I got you. And not one of them did, and I haven't quit yet. It's been like 4 days I've been arguing with them. And I think I'm on my 8th or 9th person who finally gave up. Every one of them gave up, because I'm not going to. There are plenty of interpretations of the Bible, but the King James Version is the one you need to be looking at. It is the most accurate Bible. Of course you would say that, Sean. Let me guess. You're not a Christian. Gosh, if everyone... Look, let me tell you something. Brian, I expected that from you, but... welcome back again, by the way. The corruption of the earth began with the first sin. I don't know if you all read the Bible, but I'm about to give you a little bit of a lesson here. If you don't like it, you can leave. But here it is. Adam and Eve weren't supposed to die. They were never created to die. But when they disobeyed, because they were influenced by the devil to disobey, now sin is on the earth. Now sin is corrupting the earth, corrupting everything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to worry about how things grew or how they planted. They were dealing with the trouble it takes to get things to grow and tending to them. It would have been all by itself. It would have been paradise. It was paradise for the little bit of time they had before they disobeyed. Sin enters the world and corrupts it. And then people try to blame God for that. Well, God gave you a choice. He gave you a choice to obey or disobey, to believe or not believe. That's the choice he gave you. If he hadn't given you a choice, that would be akin to being a slave now, wouldn't it? What kind of creator would that be? He gave you a choice because he wanted your belief, your love, your faith freely. But sadly, the world has strayed far, far away from it. And that's sad. And as much as I would like to convince people, they go to Wikipedia and Google and everything else, and I keep thinking to myself, I'm older than all of those. I'm older than Wikipedia, I'm older than Google, I'm older than the damn internet. Okay? So, any Yahoo with 2 cents can get on freaking Wikipedia and write a fact. And all of a sudden, everyone believes it as scripture, pardon the pun. So, you can try to dispute a 2,000-year-old text all you want, but you're never going to convince me. You're never going to shake my faith. And there's nothing you can say that's going to disprove God. Nothing. Nothing at all. But it does demonstrate a very important thing. Your will to choose. But choose God. Choose good. Choose between that and evil or wickedness of the earth, or the desires of the flesh, which leads to sin, which leads to all kinds of stuff. And if that's what you want to do, that's on your shoulders, not mine. I can tell you what the truth is, and you can either take it as it is and believe it and start reading the Bible and start studying, start praying to God, because He'll reveal Himself to you if you really ask. You know, and you ask the Holy Spirit to help Him, to have Him reveal Himself to you and help you understand, because it takes wisdom, it takes patience, it takes understanding to have faith. And then once you have that faith, you can't imagine living a life without it. And there'll be a lot of people that disagree with me, of course, and make fun of me and so on and so forth. I don't care. I don't care. I care about what happens to you in the end. Do I know you personally? No. But you are a human being. You are another soul on this planet who deserves the salvation that God gave us to finally make it back to Him at the end. If you're an atheist, which is the ones I was fighting with most of the time, they don't believe God exists, yet they use the Bible to try and disprove Him, which is sort of dumb. You know? All of creation is the proof that God exists. You say, well, it came from nothing. Well, the universe didn't come from nothing, even if it came from a Big Bang. That wasn't nothing, now was it? Nope. It was absolutely everything. And to argue that point, we'll get into it later. The Big Bang. Let me catch up on the chat. Hold on here. How did who respond? Speak carbon. Okay, first off, let me explain something to you about that, Mike. You are just a speck of carbon. Yes. A sentient speck of carbon. Oh, why did Mike go? Who kicked Mike? I was trying to answer his question. I hope he's still watching. Look, a speck of carbon is a ridiculous term. The dating of the universe, by our perception of time, is accurate. But the world is not as old as you think it is. When God created the universe, He created man last. Okay? And our perception, our reality, and our perception of the passage of time in this universe didn't exist until we were created. So who are you to say how long it actually took God to create all of that? For Him, it was an instant, a thought, a breath of will, and then it was all in existence. And then when you came into this world, you were bound by what? The time He created, and the perception of time from your perspective. So to you, you see age in the universe. And God sees something He just made. That's your problem. Your field of vision is way too narrow. You only know a beginning and end, so that's all you understand. And that's the problem with the atheist. Amongst other things, like the fact that they don't want to be accountable for their sins. They think they're good people, but they're sneaking porn when wife's at work. or not at home, or whatever sin you have, it's petty, forgivable. And if you had the intent of the heart to actually do so, you would be forgiven if you believed. But you wouldn't even give God a chance. Most of you. Most of you out there won't. This is why I've argued for literally a week straight, and I haven't stopped yet. I'm sure I'm going to be answering more responses after this live. It's just real simple. God is real. Christ is the only way back to him. Suffering is a result of man's disobedience. And, well, that's pretty much it. And if you don't accept Christ, I don't care how good you were. You won't get into heaven. Bottom line. Then people start... I love how they put out the reels. We're watching for the signs of the end of times. Watching this happen in the Middle East. That happened in the Middle East. But, oh, God doesn't exist. Christ wasn't real. But you're following every single, and misinterpreting for the most part, every single sign in the Bible leading up to the end times. That to me is hilarious. You lean on the Bible for all of your reels, all of your views, all of your likes, and you don't believe. It's pathetic. It's cowardice. I know that God is real. I didn't say I was all-knowing, but I know what is real. I understand the universe and its vastness. I understand it was put there to show you the glory of our Creator. Because human beings were made in His image. Their ability to create is astounding. If motivated properly, they can create beautiful things. If motivated by the wrong things, they build things against God. But when we're able to create, what do you think the Tower of Babel was for? God put a stop to that in a heartbeat. You don't like the fact that you're His creation. Fine. You don't believe it. Fine. It doesn't matter. In the end, the truth is the truth. I'm sorry. Read the Bible if you need to know what's going to happen, because it's going to happen. It's just that simple. If you think I'm crazy for believing this, I don't care. But I care about what happens to you. Over what? You don't want to be accountable for that little bit of porn you watch? You don't want to be accountable for that candy bar you steal, or the food you steal, or whatever wrong you do, even having evil thoughts about somebody or hating somebody. You don't want to be accountable for that. You know? Not loving one another like we should. I mean, that's obvious. The whole world's full of it. You have these singers out there thanking God for all their stuff, and they don't even believe in Him. You know, accepting Grammys. First, I want to thank God. You don't even know God. For the most part, most of them don't even know God. They're just saying it to sound good. You guys don't seem to be arguing with them. There is no God. No, you're just macking on them. We love you. It's pathetic. I never said I was Jesus. But Jesus didn't come to this earth to bring peace. He meant to bring the truth. And He knew it would divide households. He knew it would divide people. But there was a reason for that. Oh, no. Yeah, of course. I'm not bitter. I feel sorry for people. It's so hard to get past their own arrogance. It's like, look, I'm not trying to tell you that just because I believe in God, I'm better than anyone else. We are all entitled to Christ's salvation. All of us. Every one of us. What's irritating is seeing the devil work in people to the point where they are not even themselves anymore, and I've seen the transformations. Some of the things people do is just horrific. And you're like, oh, you know, God's not real, so none of it matters. Well, they probably think the same thing, you know. It's easier, more comfortable to live in your sin, isn't it? Yes, I've read the Bible. My wife is a biblical scholar. So, I think there's probably upwards of 100 or so Bibles here. All different translations. All different texts, commentaries. You'd be amazed the way you can glean from just understanding what the meaning of Hebrew letters are. That's where most of your interpretations fail. So yeah, I've got a pretty deep well of knowledge to tap into anytime I wish. Oh, he came to spread the truth, but he knew it would divide people. You're proving that right now. So, please, continue to prove his teachings. I thank you for it. Christ atoned for our sins if you accept him. But you won't. I hope one day you will, but you won't. You're too influenced by the world. And if the world is what's doing your thinking, driving you, you gotta fit in, right? Gotta drive this car, wear those clothes. Gotta be accepted by people, right? Who gives a damn about people accepting you? You want God to accept you. You want Christ to accept you. And he's just waiting. He's just waiting for you. That's it. Oh yeah, I love being sarcastic. Very sarcastic. It's enjoyable. I think it's more to prove the fact that that's what people judge you by. Oh, I'm wearing a shirt that says this. How does that offend you? Are there awful things about you I was accurate about? Because it would have to be accurate in order for you to be offended. Hello to everyone that's coming into the chat. I appreciate you here. Rando, my name is not Boy. Know your role. I can't wear it. I wish I could. It's just the beard, you know. It fits me if I don't have a beard, but the beard's more important. Everything is going well. How do you say your name? Anurag. I don't want to say that wrong. Sometimes creators create things to create. I mean, this will fit whoever decided to give it to. Like if somebody's cool on the chat, I might send it to them, you know? Just because I can't use it, but it'll bring joy to somebody else's life. Maybe they don't have an X1 Carbon. Maybe they don't have a good printer or one big enough to do this. And they want a mask like this. It fits my head, it'll fit yours. Pretty sure. I might send it to one of you. Just to be cool, you know? I didn't create the design, I just printed it. There's actually a few variations of this design you can get. but it is it's fairly unique how it goes on. It goes on in pieces, you know. I think it's cool. Like you can take the eyes off or drop them, and then it's all magnetically sealed together as parts. You actually change these out, you know, put different inserts on if you like. Yeah, so it doesn't fit me. It's a great prop for the shop. If you see any of my other videos and like any of my other content, you'll know what I'm into, you know. So I experiment with propulsion. The stuff I show on here is what I can show on here. It's really just I'm working. I love working with high pass EDF configurations for drones. So. Yeah, I'm currently building a drone that has 4 340 millimeter 22 blade high pass EDFs that run it. So with 460 horsepower motors, and I think a total of 80,000 milliamp hours of runtime. So yeah, it makes some nice clip. Right now I'm working on a wing. Just a flying wing, because I have some extra parts laying around. I thought, well, I'll throw together one of those little flying wings, throw a Speedy F405 wing into it. Just fly it around, see how I do. You know? And I print the crown of thorns? Probably, yeah. Printer beds, actually, I got some decent volume. It's the X1 carbon, if anyone has one. The only thing I can't get to work right is that PVA water-soluble material. I don't know how long you gotta dry that stuff out to make sure it works. But it just extrudes all weird. Like, it's too thin. And this one I haven't put in the liner because it's really just the right size for my head. If I were to give it to somebody like one of you and you needed to put a liner in it, you could get the padding and put it in, and you know, make it fit you, you know. But I'm seriously thinking about doing a raffle. Not a raffle. I'm not gonna make you guys pay for this stuff. I'm thinking about just giving it away one of these days on live. You know, and you figure out, you know, whether or not you trust me enough to send me your address. But yeah, unless there's another way to do it, you know, like a P.O. box or something, I'm fine with it. I don't care. I'll do a giveaway. We'll give that one away. I'll even print out like the Wolverine version or whatever, too, if you guys are interested. The X1 carbon's temperature controlled, yes. The environment, the print environment is temperature controlled. Do I have a nickname? You know what? Depending on your weight, you could probably fly on that drone. I'll tell you what. As far as the nickname goes, in the Army, I went by a War Machine, so I kind of kept it for my gamer tag. They had me carrying the radio for a long time, so one guy called me Roach, but I punched him in the face. And then, when I was really young, there was this guy that used to call me Bleach. Because I used to, like, swim at the YMCA all the time, you know? And it was just like, you smell like pouring like crazy forever. He used to call me Bleach, but he was real mean to me. If I ever saw him again, I'd forgive him for all he did to me. And then I'd sock him in the trachea. But, yeah. I haven't made one that moves. That'd be kind of cool. Carl, what are you talking about, man? Has Carl been on that a lot? Pardon the pun. Yeah, it sounds like it. Well, you're entitled to your opinion. And that's what happens when people are being harassed in my chat. People just go, and you're gone. Yeah, if anyone's messing with you guys and you don't like it, we'll get rid of them. Am I okay? You've asked that before, I think. When you're like, are you okay? I'm totally fine. What's your point? I mean, is this a troll? Please tell me it's not a troll. We've had several we've had to get rid of already. Although I love them because they're like little pets. I don't know how to say your name. Is it P-U-I-U? Can you just tell me what your name's supposed to sound like so I can just say it? I have no. You're 1.48. So you're like, I don't even know what. That's like close to 5'4", 10. I don't freaking know. This is America, man. Convert it for me. I'm an engineer, not a calculator. I'm not gonna sit here and draw the freaking vertexes of a parabella to figure out how old you are. Yeah, you got any handle business, old glory? Go for it, man. I appreciate you being here and your help. 4'2". What?
Science was asking if you're okay because of Carl. He was afraid Carl had annoyed you. The guy I just banned or timed out.
Oh, they're worried that Carl bothered me?
He was asking if you were okay.
I appreciate you being worried about that. That kind of stuff doesn't bother me, though. And trolls are bottom feeders. I mean, every once in a while, you gotta give them a little shit. They don't bother me, though. They don't hurt my feelings. I quite enjoy it, actually, because the public display of ignorance from the start is just amusing to me. And they're alone in their basement hoping for a friend, so that kind of thing. They're like petting their pet rats. Go, eat the rest of the bodies. They're like the penguin from Batman. Like the Danny DeVito penguin. Okay. Was it Danny DeVito? I think it was. They're that kind of penguin in the basement. You're gonna troll this guy. In here? I don't know what you meant by that. Why do people fight each other? I mean, you don't let two kids fight. I believe in the fact that he's the force that created this universe. I mean, everyone wonders, why did he make the universe so vast? Because he knew mankind would continue to explore the universe until they found its end, until they found their answers. And the answers were always right in front of them here on Earth. It's beautiful. And they ignore it So he knew they'd go out as far as they could to try and find the answers without ever recognizing the truth. And that's so he made the universe vast. He made absolutely certain you'd never see the end of it. Simon. Okay, hold on. You okay, Simon? You need a hug or something? Simon, we don't want to kick you, man. If you're here for the convo, just get involved. Stop spamming stuff. Nobody likes spam. Not even in the can. Again, P-U-I-U-M-3-U. How do you say your name? Like, phonetically. Unless you already answered me. I apologize if I missed it. But I see you chat all the time. I want to answer you directly, and I don't know how to say your name. Are you... I have no idea. I can't even say it. So... Pooey? Is that right? I don't know. Peewee? Pooey. Okay. I'm probably saying it wrong though, because of the American accent. You know. A little bit of Southern in there. I can't help it. I was in the South for a while. Yeah. Can you imagine if people did this stuff in real life, like at a bar? I want to see somebody go spam in their bars. Run in there and they're like, America! And then flags everywhere. And they're like, shut up, Simon. We know. I think Simon does need a nap. Or a hug or something. Like, I don't get it. You want to be admin? I'm going to stop these dumb trolls. No, we like the trolls. I love the trolls because first they don't bother me at all. Like I said, it's like having a pet. You know, you just pay attention to them every once in a while. They're still gonna bark and stuff. You know, you just like throw them a treat every once in a while. Your wife stopped hugging you. Long time. I can't imagine why, Simon. You won't shut the fuck up. Is your wife like in the room? Is she like, Simon, shut up. You talk too much. Simon, why would I make you the admin? That's like giving a fork to a 3-year-old and setting them in front of a light socket. Deep Purple. Why does that sound familiar? I'm not good with remembering names. It's just an ADHD thing. It's not meant like disrespectfully either. It's like someone will come up to me and they'll be like, yeah, I just like met you 10 minutes ago. I'm like, oh yeah, what's your name again? My brain is like, when it comes to names, my brain's like A printer and a paper shredder combined. Simon says, let's play. Oh, man. How do you play Simon Says again? Cooking metal. You want to pray? Pray. Let's hear it. Man finds a shoebox in his wife's wardrobe that has forbidden him to open. Why have I heard this before? For 60 years of marriage, she gives him a blessing to open the box. And he finds... Oh, I've heard this one. Something about him pissing her off. And now they're millionaires or something. I think I remember this one. Or I can read your mind. In Romanian language. Oh, you're Romanian. You are Romanian? Am I right in that? I thought you were like UK or EU. Maybe it's the same thing. I don't know. I've only been to Australia and like the desert. You know? Dropped in the middle of some fuckistan. Just to go like solve somebody else's problem. You found a big man in your wife's wardrobe? I don't even know how to visualize that. Okay, UK. But Romania. So Romania is the UK? In the UK? Or am I completely off? No, I don't know what happened to the USS Liberty. I can neither confirm nor deny any of that information. The hell's a slice? Oh gosh, here we go. With a distasteful joke from Science World. Well, please enlighten us. Simon, are you saying to us or to the US? Because you have a very serious lack of punctuation. Buy one, get one free. That's so bad. Come on. That's bad. You're bad. Now you owe reparations to a generation that never experienced slavery at all. Talking about reparations. You owe us reparations while they're filming it on their iPhones. There's your reparations. Shut up. You're bad in bad. Who's bad? I don't know. Oh, good lord. Science. Okay, what is the difference between an apple and an orphan? Another bad one. Or a bad. That's bad. And I'm laughing. So now I'm bad. It's horrible. You had a stroke trying to read what? Well, don't stand up too quick. We don't want to lose you before the end of the stream. He must belong to the Flat Earth Society. Isn't he the one who was like telling me like something about the Earth is flat? Or is it somebody else? A choo-choo train. How is the third grade today, Simon? Aren't you supposed to be taking a nap? They found Diddy tunnel to Michael Jackson. They found Diddy tunnels everywhere. What are you talking about? Ain't none of that news. The entirety of the Los Angeles basin's all connected by tunnels where sick people did sick things. Hello, Hennis H. I'm from California. Where are you from, sir? Damn, Simon, I hope your wife's neighborhood close to you, because... Damn. Boy likes to play with fire. Huey. 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 You can't say her name. I'm trying. He weighs the same as he does on Earth. But he won't know that. Simon is not the boss. It's wife. Says favoring lasting game. Weight or mass? You didn't get the joke, Simon. I have an accent? I really do have an accent? Why, I have several accents. What accent do you prefer? You know, people like to tell me this is a bad neighborhood. But, you know, then they see me walk out with all the stuff that I have, and they try to be like gangster thugs. And I'm like, you know, Gaza Foods. You know, I try to introduce myself, and they just, you know, they pull out their weapons, and then all of a sudden they have, you know, brand new weapons that have never been fired. Stupid tribe. Oh, this chair is going to crush me grapes. I need some room for me, boys. You all need to go to the site and donate to the Buy Me a Coffee so I can get me a chair that holds me grapes. Or at least buy me a kilt. What the heck? Is your wife named Spider-Man? Not What the heck are you talking about, Science World? Binge. We're just talking, hanging out, having a good time. Hopefully everyone's liking the content on the rest of my channel and coming back into the chat and going, dude, you're cool, we're going to subscribe. And we're going to donate to you on your links because we want you to keep building stuff. That's literally what I'm waiting for. It's like just parts to get here and the printer to finish. Because I got 2 big ass batteries coming for this fan that I got here. It's 340 millimeter. And that's one of 4 that I'm building for the drone. Who's your woman, Simon? The hell? Boy got himself into a triangle. Science World. What is OFC? Don't tell me it's another freaking pronoun. I'm so sick of those. Ancient relics. If I have not said welcome, then welcome. If I missed you. Well, on the same delay as everybody else, because I have to use the forward-facing camera on my phone, so I can't see the chats live. I have to wait for the delay to get here so I can answer the question. That way you can see my response and I can respond back. So don't take offense if I don't respond immediately. You know what your name reminds me of, Pee-wee? There was a movie called Enter the Fist. And there was a lady, a Chinese lady there used to, you remember it. Yeah, oh gosh, I forget the guy's name that was in it. It was Enter the Fist. It was like a parody on Japanese movies, or older Japanese movies like, you know, Jet Li and things like that. So, it was just really funny, you know? But the girl that used to whine always used to go, I thought it was so funny. That's what your name reminds me of. Is the girls cry in that movie, Enter the Fist. Damn you. Are you asking me what this is? Who's non-binary? Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. Yes. Yes! Whose wife is non-binary? You talking about Simon? Oh, she's non-binary. Does she have a septum piercing by chance? Seems to be a cattle marker. This has been a fun chat. You guys are awesome. I know I might only have 3 people watching, but they're all having fun. Yeah, tell him. Tell the little leprechaun that we're all in trouble. Now go take his pot of gold and kick him in his long little nose. That's that's one of my favorite scenes in that movie. They got the they're all squirting the milk and everything, and he's just like, it was hilarious. Was it Scott Bakula? I think that's who it was. What are you talking about, Spazzy? What are you talking about? We're not talking about Marvel. Who's the Spaz? Oh, you're talking to Spaz. My apologies. You can't do. What is that accidentally you were trying to do? Spell and do. Simon, you're gonna give me a headache. Now I know why your wife has a boyfriend. Good Lord, how many zeros is that? She's getting up to the national debt. Some Fetty Whopper. No, I don't know why everyone makes that distinction. I am not Donald Trump. You're wonderful. I love you. I love all of you. Everyone mistakes me for that man. I'm not sure why. Dude, Charlie, think about what you're getting into, man. Martin. This ain't an in and out. Answer the damn questions. The frick, Science World? Well, yeah, because they need a fucking climbing team, dude. Of course there's gonna be a waiting list. You need ropes and safety equipment just to get up there. And that's by your own admission. You need to put in a ski lift. Makes it easier on people. This is a great crowd. Simon, you're getting weirder and weirder by the second. If you actually are married, I hope to God your wife isn't home. She's probably watching my stream driving home right now with a freaking axe. She's like, that mother. Where's the t-shirt from? David and dogs, welcome. This was, I believe, an Amazon purchase. It was a gift, and who doesn't use Amazon? I couldn't tell you the seller name because it was a gift to me. But yeah, it's Amazon's. Just search it on Amazon, you'll find it. How? Jupiter Moon? What are you talking about, Pee-wee? I call you Pee-wee. That's all I can say. That's the only thing I can get out right. Is Pee-wee. I'm simply making my wife happy and not controlling her. You don't see something wrong with that? You're making your wife happy and not controlling her so she can go out and be with another man. You're supposed to be getting the respect from the woman, especially if you're the provider and the protector. Dude, you a pet. You are a pet. If she got a boyfriend and you're talking like that, you're a pet. Evan! Let me tell you something. The Army did teach me how to be a prick, yes. Thank you for noticing. I appreciate it. Nice to know that my military teachings are still being shown throughout the world. Need a strawberry no big cheesecake? Woman, you better bring me back some! Yes, I served. Long ago. That's the thing, you know. Glory can handle the trolls. He's like got the troll wrangling whip. Racket. You're not gay, Simon? That's still gay, dude. I don't care if you're the kitcher or the pitcher or the catcher. Damn that pipe. You are still gay. That's like the freaking defining characteristic. You're like talking about, I'm the one that gets back shots, I'm not gay. Like, huh? Damn. Some people get delusional quick. I do like rock music, yes. Very much so. Very much so. White Snake. We're talking... I'm trying to remember all the names. You got Metallica back in the day before they got all weird. You know, Ozzy Osbourne. You've got Guns N' Roses. You've got. I'm trying to think of all the names. I love a lot of that rock. Yeah. Only time I ever went to a concert in my life was Ozfest. and I was overwhelmed by all the. It was loud. Who's having a temper tantrum? Yeah, Metallica. Metallica's good. Don't Tread on Me. Inner Sandman. Master of Puppets. Megadeth was a good one too. Even though Dave Mustaine was, part of Metallica in the beginning, and they split and then made Megadeth, and then you got Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden was cool. Kiss. You gotta remember Kiss. Ride the Lightning. Yep. Yeah, that's some good music. My wife's not really into rock. That's okay. More of a country girl. She likes country. I wasn't really big into country. I don't mind country songs, but I couldn't get into them. I couldn't get into them. And I think recently Taylor Swift kind of screwed that up for everybody. Cardi B. I mean, every time I hear about Cardi B, I feel like I gotta grab a mop. I mean, her music is just like wet out of the wrapper. You're like, oh, the Cardi B album, put it outside, let it air out for a bit. No Taylor Swift. No, absolutely right. No Taylor Swift. We call her Taylor Slow around here. I'm drinking, not affiliated with this company in any way whatsoever. It's Pure Leaf. Everybody loves Pure Leaf. Natural brewed tea. Extra sweet, so that I could rot out the rest of my face. I add lemon to it though. Great tea. Tell you that. Sigma. Who's Sigma? I didn't see him walk in. Oh, Glory's not a bot, you dumbass. Anyway, welcome. Let's start off with the insult. Welcome. Evan. Why does my watch over me on here like a kid that gets bullied? I like it when my wife's part of the chat. Being on vet benefits, we're together every moment of the day, and for the past 16 years, which by the way, we celebrated our 16th wedding anniversary yesterday. And I love her being around. It's not the same without her being around. Like when she has to visit her mother and help out over there, at her house, it's just not, I feel like it's not like a house and home anymore. I think it's just a house. Sit at my computer, like depressed. Kids are all quiet on the internet, that kind of thing. Then my wife gets home and I'm like, it's home again. Yeah. So yeah, she's around. She gets on the chats and is part of my lives and things like that. And that's the way it should be. Sorry that offended you. Get a life. Thank you, Old Glory. I appreciate it. Yep. 17 years together, 16 married. And it's been the best ride of my life. In more ways than one. And yeah, it's great when you marry your best friend. Simon, we're not talking about you. Your buddy Daryl or whatever his name is. It's not supposed to work that way. But the point is, um, marriage is a wonderful thing, especially when she's your best friend. I mean, it's like you don't want to be with anybody else. That's why we don't even go outside most of the time. We don't go to like the movies and stuff like. It's there's people out there, and you people, and because most of them are toxic people anyway, So it's like I don't know. I guess I had enough of the fake world where what people are walking around and stuff they can't afford, doing things they can't afford, all because they need to be accepted by a society they can't afford. So it's just we just stay home. It's not like you can't stream everything on the internet anyway. I'd rather be in the wilderness. The Noob Ninja. Hello and welcome. Light Star, we see that you are here today. Does your wife like it when you wear your mask? That entirely depends on the context. Light Star, what are you talking about with the home and stuff? Introvert? Who's the introvert? Me? I'm no introvert. I'm on the damn web. What are you talking about? This is Deadpool, not Spider-Man. Thank you, Charlie. Oh man, if I would love to just kick Jack Black in the nuts. I'll never want to hear that. That song is the dumbest song I've ever heard in my life. Thank you for kicking whoever that was. I wasn't paying attention. Science World said hi. Didn't you already say hi, Science World? Karsten, welcome if I didn't welcome you before. Thoughts on the George Floyd situation and aftermath? Why do I feel like this is a trap? I think protesting violence by burning down an entire city that you live in and looting all the stores of your own neighbors is probably the most ridiculous and stupid thing anyone could ever do. As far as George Floyd, it was unfortunate that he passed, but he did ingest substance that basically would have killed him anyway. So, yeah. I'm glad they're taking down the monuments. Because, come on. It's a loaded topic for sure. It definitely is. Personally, I don't care. Do I feel sorry for Floyd? Yeah, but you want to know why? Because he was in a life where he didn't have a good influence. He probably was in a life where he didn't have a good upbringing, and that kind of bred what he became, and then he fell victim to what he became. That's simple. I mean, remember how it all started, because nobody remembers that. This all started with him using counterfeit money to rob somebody, basically. So his passing was unfortunate because for two reasons. One, justice wasn't served. It should have served time. Two, there's a loss of life. That's bad. It's a horrible thing, especially when someone may or may not have been, religious or Christian, for an example, as the only example. Um, because then he didn't have the opportunity for salvation. I mean, he had the opportunity, he just didn't take it, to my knowledge. Greetings from ISS. Hello, Poland. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, it's kind of blown out of proportion. It only takes a small group of people to demonize something, and then everybody rolls with it because they want their 15 minutes online, right? They want their comment or whatever recognized in the real, excuse me. And that's annoying. That's annoying. You're not there because you give a damn. You're there because you want your voice heard. It's like the people who do the protesting and that gets out of hand. They don't have anything else to do and they want to be part of something, so they go put on a mask, and then there's like a shit ton of hair colors and septum rings usually. And probably the weirdest fashion sense that I've ever seen in my life. It's no wonder why aliens don't stop here. It's just, and they go out and they be destructive and they be part of, and then half the time they don't even know what they're arguing. Have you ever noticed? Have you ever seen those reels where people are like, they're arguing, they're holding up the sign, they're like, women's rights, and you're like, define a woman, and they're like, they go blank, and then they get pissed and call you like a misogynist and stuff like that. It's just like, you're a bigot and a misogynist and a racist and you're this and that and the other, and all because you asked them a question they couldn't answer. Yeah, that's my point too. Exactly, as far as that lifestyle, I didn't know him personally, so I feel for the fact that a soul was lost without the opportunity that's given to every soul on the planet, and that bothers me more than anything. But yeah, they can tear down his monuments, paint over the monuments, whatever they want. I don't care. You're serious? Yeah. Science world, don't be mean. He's from Poland. Science, are you bothering somebody? Don't be mean to Poland. We like Poland. We saved them once. They can vote for me. Who wouldn't want somebody like me in the office, right? I mean, answer me seriously, all of you. Would you want someone like me to be president? And speak honestly. You can even ask me viewpoints on what politically may be relevant and to such an idea as me being the president, and I will answer it to the best of my ability. You want to be president, the first woman. What's wrong with women? Do you want that in every language or just Braille? Yes, I've got one vote. I'm putting my name on the ballot. All right. The problem with a woman being president is I don't really see one other than the mood swings. Can you imagine a president going through premenopause? I mean, it's just, I just can imagine the wars, you know? Not the personal, just, there's a reason. And there's nothing that says a woman couldn't be president. Like, for some reason, and I don't know why, a lot of the women in the United States now are yelling and screaming over the fact that they're going to take away your voting rights. Like, why would we take away your voting rights? That doesn't make any sense. What part of Trump being president means you can't vote? Hell, women voted last time. That's why he's president. If we didn't have if he didn't have the women's vote, he wouldn't have made it. Ultimate Tulsi Gabbard what? What, for president? Like, are you asking if I'd vote for Tulsi Gabbard? No, I'll probably be running against her at this point. You need a few billion to campaign. I don't have to campaign. I'm campaigning right now. I already got a vote. Joe Biden stepped away from politics. He stepped away when he walked into the office. Are you kidding me? Or Kamala. But Trump could not do that for a woman or Hillary. No, Kamala lost because it was like her and her vice president was like Shrek and Donkey. I'm sorry, but I would have voted for Trump just for the very simple fact I wouldn't have to hear that cackle every single time that she addressed the nation. That would be all I would need. She could be politically correct at every angle, which we know she isn't. Because the only reason she got into politics is because she was on Willie's Willie back in the day. So, no, I'm not going to vote for that. I'm not going to vote for that. It's like, the president's going to give a speech. No, I couldn't handle that. No. Martin, pathetic. Who's pathetic, Martin? Enlighten us. Martin's just mad. Not sure for what, but man, he's mad. You think Donald Trump's pathetic? Well, that's your opinion. You're welcome to it. I mean, you can't speed. You know, you can't do 55 and a 25. People do it. They don't agree with it. You know? But they have to do it, huh? I'm looking down at the pad on the chat, so that's why I'm looking there. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Oh, you're talking to Light Start, okay. This fly attacks me one more time. Alright. I think the voting process is pathetic. Well, I mean, it's the voting process. Everyone has to do it. Everyone. The thing is, when somebody loses, they always get mad at the rules. I mean, we could give you like a participation presidency, you know, where she could pretend to be president, like a little cardboard house and stuff like that, if it'll help. But, you know, that's the best we can do. How do you have more rights or less rights by voting? The Democrats will have a real chance in 2028. No, they won't. They won't have a shot. How do you have more rights or less rights by voting? Give me the context of the question, Lightstar. Are you referring to someone specific, or are you asking me? Because it doesn't make much. The question doesn't make much sense. How can we can still vote without parties? Yeah, so people don't seem to understand, and they touted this on every single social media platform that what Trump was doing was dangerous to our democracy. Good. I'm glad he did, because this country wasn't founded as a democracy. It was founded as a republic. The founding fathers hated the idea of a democracy because it makes 51% of the people in charge of 49%. So it's on a reel. Don't worry. And then I looked up the statistics. But in a republic, 99% of the people can't take away the rights of 1%. So that's the way it's supposed to work. Hold on, you might have lost the audio for a second. It looks like it's back up. Are we back up? Oh. Okay, sorry about that. Someone tried to call. Thank you, Crypto Willie. Welcome. If I didn't see you before and you were already here, sorry. I'm on the same delay as everybody else's chat because of the way I have this setup going. So I apologize if, in fact, you were here already. Yeah, I'm doing it live. I told you I was going to do it live. I haven't finished going over that list yet. Thoughts on trans people in sports? Well, I mean, to be honest with you, there's no such thing as a trans person. So, I have no opinion on it. We can all play pretend. But I stopped doing it when I was like 5. So, there's that. There's no such thing as a trans woman, a trans man, a trans whatever. No such thing. Once you get that in your head, you'll start realizing stuff. The truth. I got Karma. Whatever your name is. Wait, hey, whatever your name is. You just got Karma. Someone just jumped out of a truck and attacked you. Evan, that wouldn't surprise me. Yes. Glory is on the money with that one. Yeah, chances are, Evan, you had it coming. You probably cut somebody off. Don't be lying. Don't be acting like the victim. Hey, I think we all have PTSD at this point. Trans people in every sport, yes. No trans people. There's no such thing as trans people. I get that they're pretending, but there's no such thing as trans people. There are 2 genders. If you don't like it, If you don't understand it, if that confuses you, like my other shirt says, go milk a bull. Okay? Because there's two genders. Two genders. You might feel like you're something else. You might be an effeminate male. You're still a male. I don't care if two women say they don't need a male because they're trans or whatever, and they go to a sperm bank and they get an applicator that looks like Jodie Foster's knuckles. That is man batter in there, okay? Two genders. Two genders, that's it. No such thing as trans people. There's a lot of confused people still playing pretend and hoping that somehow they'll be legitimized enough in the media to where they get some sort of compensation for whatever trauma they've endured being in the United States. You know, whatever. Here's a tissue. Go cry in the corner. I'm not going to call them anything. If they're a girl, it's obvious. If they're a male, it's obvious. I don't care how much work they've had done. Okay, it's in the hands. It's in the hands, and you can see it. Bottom line. No, I'm not going to respect what they want to be called, especially if they want to pretend. I'm not playing your games. I'm not reinforcing your delusion. That's all there is to it. And if YouTube's policy is like, yeah, I'm against this or whatever, I don't care. I just don't. You're free to go and pretend all you want. You don't have to shove it in my face. If you're at like a store or something like that, and let's say I work at the store, I'm at the store, and you're a trans whatever, because I always get these confused. I don't know if a trans man is someone who's saying that they are a man or they were a man. I don't know. But if you're there and I haven't said anything to you and you're shopping and I'm shopping and we're minding our business, play pretend all you want. I don't care. Try to shove it in my face, make me recognize you. That's when things are going to go sideways. Quick. Okay, because I don't play your games. That's all there is to it. And if you don't like it, one day you may see me in the grocery store and you're free to tell me exactly how you feel. Just keep it to words though, because I don't want to have to defend myself. Don't want to have to knock a bitch in the Adam's apple, right? What about Pride Parade? Pride in what? All they're doing is carrying around a rainbow flag and pretending. They're proud that they're childish and delusional. Let them have a parade. I don't give a damn. Lemmings have parades too. You know where they end up. Working at Murphy's telling me that I could not say anything about gay men. Why? Gay pride. I don't care if you're proud of your delusion. Real simple. You know, you're prideful. Okay, pridefulness is a sin. You're not proud that you like smashing women. Okay. Congratulations. That's what I'm talking about, you know? Did the trans ruin gay pride? Did the trans ruin gay pride? You know, that's a good question because I'm still confused at the entire concept. It's just. Hold on. You're saying the trans ruined gay pride? I thought they were part of the alphabet community. Aren't they? It doesn't make much sense then, does it? Like, what is trans if gay is somebody liking the opposite or liking their gender? So gay people like the same sex, but they're part of a trans community, so they might actually be with a woman who wants to be a man, which means they're not gay, they're just sleeping with somebody who's playing pretend. Sort of a oxymoron in itself, I guess. Oh, the reason why people are taking HIV meds when they don't have HIV is because Bill Gates is trying to inoculate the entire species into extinction. You're tired of interracial? Why? Are you talking about homosexuality? It depends on the way what is done, Karsten. Homosexual is both an abomination to God and nature. It does not exist. Lori, that is absolutely correct. Very good point. You see, this society is to a point where, and it's the Democrats, you know it is. You see what happens when Schumer or Schiff or any of them get on the screen. It's like they wrap it in like affirming care. That's what they call it, I think. And it's a sin. So they're trying. Basically, sin is being normalized to the point where people don't even know they're doing it. And then you see these churches cropping up where they're accepting gay pride. Not to the point where someone who's gay shouldn't go to church. They should very much go to church. But if the pastor is wearing like the bishop or whatever you want to call him is wearing the rainbow sash and like we're inclusive, you're doing it wrong. First off, if you're a gay church, I can only imagine what's in store for you. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Karsten. Well, that's because this world is wicked, and they feel like they're gonna. No, what it comes down to is nobody wants to be canceled. That's the problem. They don't have any. They don't have any desire to be ticking off their customers. It's all about money. They don't have any integrity whatsoever. Yeah, gay is gay. I mean, it doesn't make it right? It's dude, David, you fell for it too. It's a broom or a rake. sitting against the wall. You gotta look closer. It's very clever. It's true. You're not the first person who said something about that picture. I'm like, look closer. Lori, you know David's my brother, right? You probably already know that. Genesis chapter 6 in the Bible starts off saying, woman did not exist in the Bible. What? Oh, wife of mine! Genesis chapter 6, please.
What?
We have someone saying Genesis chapter 6 in the Bible starts off by saying women did not exist in the Bible.
It's light, isn't it?
Yes.
I knew it.
She knew it was light. She'll be answering you shortly. How would you not know, Karsten? I mean, you'd know, man.
Did she say Genesis 6?
Yeah, did you say 6, and did you say what chapter?
No, she said,
Oh,
she said Genesis 6.
Okay, so the chapter 6.
She said, like, come on. She said, okay, it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth and daughters were born unto them. That doesn't mean there weren't daughters already. It means that the angels that came down were only attracted to the females, Light. There were women.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay, there you go. She has a degree in this. She's been studying for 4 years. Yeah, that's true. But see, YouTube has to analyze the picture, and then when they realize what it is, they can't really ban a guy for having a broom against the wall, right? Yeah. Oh, Glory, I can imagine you have. She's finishing up the degree right now. Yeah, and then she's going for her master's. Yes. And that was symbolic.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
Why, same with all women that have degrees, I'm a stay-at-home mom. Yeah, raising Christians that are smart and they know their Bible.
Stay-at-home mom.
And they have no problem fighting people who come against them and say the Bible is stupid. Being a stay-at-home mom means I'm a superhero.
Yeah, I'm right. Yes, to get back to... Don't piss my wife off, man. She'll take the stream over. Bible took, Adam's, his rib. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem. Okay, what's the point? Ham and Jake. Stay at home mom seems a lot better than working. Yeah, I would agree with that. Calm yourself, my dear.
I'm not upset.
Oh yeah, you're gonna. What did Carson say? What's up? So what if she's a stay-at-home mom? Is that what we're talking about? Kirsten, fear her wrath. Yeah, you've done it now. You've done it now. Yeah, well, everyone seems to have a problem with stay-at-home mom. What are you doing?
Just looking at stuff.
Oh, you're shaking the camera. I'm like,
Sorry,
what's going on?
Sorry.
Earthquake.
Sorry.
Karsten says she's happy for you.
Thank you, Karsten. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Karsten.
it.
Yes. She's a stay-at-home mom because I went to war, wounded, came home, and now I get just enough to survive. Thank you, government. How am I supposed to check my texts? Hold on.
Okay.
I think I can do it from my watch. Ah, yes, I know, okay. After this slide, I'll get stuff designed up. I have to make measurements and make sure that the nozzles don't have to be switched out. And then once I verify I don't have to use a different nozzle, then I'll start printing a prototype. But it shouldn't take too long. Did you say how many sets? Hold on. I don't remember how many sets I can do. Okay. I don't know why the hell she just didn't go buy them. Whatever. I'll get them printed up. All the parts are right here. I just gotta break out my micrometer. They're tiny though. As long as they work, right? Yeah, where's Waldo? Waldo! We got Waldo again. Cool. Yeah, Roller, do what you gotta do. Thoughts on Epstein? I don't think he killed himself. The Clintons seem to have a vast array of friends that have killed themselves. So yeah, I don't believe it. Okay, my ex failed second husband. He said all women knew. He said he. Hold on. That all women he knew worked, and if I wanted divorced, which is what he wanted, then I would have to go to work. Which is okay. Yeah, I mean. You have to work if you're going to be divorced. If you're a single person, I understand that. But you have a man that's supporting you at home, you've got no need for that. Doesn't mean you can't go pursue a dream of like starting an Etsy shop or something like that, or even if you want to work at a fast food place. You know, I could care less. I don't say that my wife can't work. She's just happy being a stay-at-home mom. And it shows in how our children are raised. And that's why my children are at home now and read the Bible with us and are respectful. And they're not out on any certain kind of substance, seeking treatment or pretending to be a fucking Deathland. So, yeah, that's the beauty of having a stay-at-home mom. Waldo, I'm just hanging out talking to you fine people. What is my opinion about the book of Enoch? The city of Angels. Enoch always fascinated me. Ezekiel, though, his visions fascinated me more. To be perfectly honest, I've always tried to decipher the things that he saw based on his understanding But I don't think we could even decipher what we saw based on our understanding, because we think we have the answers because science came along and said, we know how this works, we know how that works, so there mustn't be a God. And they pretty much screwed themselves over. But to be perfectly honest with you, there isn't a real scientist out there that will tell you definitively that there is no creator. You can ask. I'll wait. Yes, David, that's their job. My hobby, Waldo, is basically creating whatever I can, mainly flying machines and experimental propulsion, things like that. 3D printing, CADing everything out, and then I made a 3-axis CNC machine, since you're into woodworking. That might be something you're interested in. I 3D printed that. So most of it's 3D printed. The base unit of the system is 3D printed. The carriage, the rails, everything's all 3D printed. It's the MPCNC, I'm sure you know of it. And I just made it bigger so that I can, do whatever I wanted to, really. That's how normal people life look like. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hanging on to all of that is just going to eat you up inside. Like, I just move on from it. You survived it, you're here. Enjoy life. Yeah, but you can have a safe place to live. Telling her that's easy to say is just like saying, I'm not going to try because you already have it. I mean, you can do it. There's nothing saying you can't do it. It's whether you want to do it or not. That's the key. And part of it could be addiction. I'm not saying that you are an addict. But I've seen that most people who are homeless, 90% of the time, is because of addiction. They're more focused on that than having a home or having a place to stay. And a lot of them are homeless. 90% of them are. I know this because after the military, I ended up having to take medication for pain. And basically, I ended up becoming addicted to the... what is it? Vicodin, basically Vicodin. And I decided to go to the clinic to stop all that. So I stopped all that, intentionally weaned down, and they did it with methadone. So I went through addiction. I went through withdrawal. I went through really hard times for 10 years because of the pain I had from my service. And I got out of it. I pulled myself out of it and decided that I was going to have the strength to get myself away from being pinned down by addiction. You don't go anywhere when you're addicted. You stay where you're at. You stay where your source is. And I know, because I know those cravings. So you can get out. If I can beat addiction, anybody can beat addiction. You can easily get medical. You can go in, look, if you go, so go get one. Look, if you're homeless, you're entitled to benefits as far as medical assistance, even food stamps, any kind of assistance from the county. You can go straight into an Aegis clinic or any other clinic, depending on where you're at, and you can get on methadone if you're addicted to anything, and you can wean yourself down. It's not an easy trip. You gotta have strength. You you're going to pay back all of that good with an equal amount of bad much, much quicker. Okay? That's all there is to it. You have to endure that pain and get through it. You're telling me you're homeless, you don't have medical insurance, you don't have a doctor, and there's nobody in your, I don't know what state you're in, but there's no way for you to get assistance from your state? Anyone can get assistance from their state. I'm not demeaning you at all. Hopefully you're not talking to me, but I'm saying you can get help. You know, you can. You just got to do the legwork, you know? Thank you. Pee-wee-wee-wee-woo. Appreciate it. But Light, you can get the help. I promise you can. Just go into your local county office, tell them your situation, and change your life. That's all you gotta do. Take the steps. Do what you have to. And don't get depressed. It's too hard. I don't want to do it. Motivate yourself to do it. Because you can. Anybody can. Waldo, we shall find you again. Au revoir. You're addicted to sweets? What woman isn't? That's how we calm you down. What a world. Hey, y'all, welcome. The old man who wrote the question, Mark suits on TV. I don't recall that. Have a good one, Waldo. Oh, good Lord. Don't worry about unsubscribing, Light, if you're going to throw a tantrum about us trying to help you. Moderators, you know what to do. I hate it when people just want to play the victim. Get handouts. I really would like to see her get help. The help she needs. But she's got to be willing to put forth the effort to do it. No one's just going to hand it to her. If she unsubs, she unsubs. I'm not going to be heartbroken over it. She'll get over it. And hopefully she'll heed my words and try to get some help. What are we talking about tonight? What a world. Well, just about everything. Apparently, we've had questions about trans people. They don't exist, by the way. Just in case you didn't know. There are only two genders, if that confuses you. Milk or bull. We've covered that. I do creations about drones and everything else. You can check out playlists on my channel. If my content interests you, then please subscribe, share it with your friends if you think it's something they're interested in. I have a lot of big projects in the works, and it's going to be a fun ride. Well, I welcome you. I do. And I appreciate you being here. Yeah, Glory, that's usually the issue. People don't like being called out on addiction. I was the one who knew I needed to be called out on it. And I fought through it. And if it wasn't for my wife that God gave me at the time I needed it, I would have died. I would have most certainly died. Because at one point I was like up to 10 milligram or 100 milligram narcos a day. And that I would have died. Very simple. So I made a decision that I'm having children, I'm married, this woman is filled with God, and I believe, always have, in God. And that got me out of it. Having the strength of her. And that's why God made a woman as a helper. To lift up, to give us strength, to give us wisdom to fight. And that's why they're very important to us. So the ones who are complaining about thinking they're going to not be able to vote, shut up. Because no one's taking away your rights. You devalue yourself usually when you're complaining about stupid stuff like that. Women are precious. They are the cradle of life. Without them, none of us would be here. But without men, none of us would be here. It takes two to tango, and that's why God says when you are married together before God, you are one flesh. Yeah, I got my rib back. But I got the wife. As a Romanian, I guess I have a meaning in English. So, in life, we need to take care of ourselves to be able to help others. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. P-U-E-U-E-U. You can't enable someone in addiction. That's correct. And I think that's what Light wanted. She just wanted us to, oh, poor Light. You're such a victim. All of us should feel sorry for you. Some of them are attention seeking. That's part of addiction. You can fight this, Light. If you're still watching, you can fight this. You just have to find the strength. Yes, that's very true, Lord. Men can't give birth, nor would I ever. Although I have had some Taco Bell that was comparable. Okay. My wife likes to tell me if it's her time of the month, I know when, and I'm not stupid. Okay, it's when she needs sweets, you go get them. Yeah. You don't want to let that tiger out of the cage. No. You make her happy. You bring her flowers. Remember, I saw a reel that reminded me of something. You bring home a surprise gift. I've done it several times in the past. She didn't expect it. A mug, something for spring that she would love. But she didn't expect it. And it lets her know that I'm thinking of her even when I'm out shopping just for groceries or picking up something, to help out around the house, that kind of thing. That's what I love to do. So, you have to, especially around that time of the month. You gotta be careful. It's like landmines, okay? You gotta tread lightly and bring Hershey's Kisses. So yes, that's exactly it. That's why I'm always telling my brother, like, hey, don't have any money on my card. It's starting. The daughters are teenagers. They're all syncing up. I need enough chocolate to subside 300 people. And it's just for those 3. Okay? So, I already know. Okay? Chinese stuff works too. Like jewelry, little trinkets. Even if they're just like faux earrings, but they're pretty. My wife loves owls. So, like, if I find an owl earrings or a necklace or something like that, I'll pick it up. I'll be like, it's even if it's not that time of the month, I do it just to surprise her because I love her. She deserves it. He didn't say it wasn't true. That's true. Thank you, P-O-U-U-U. I hope you never take offense to the way I'm pronouncing your name. It's like literally the funniest way I can think to say it without being offensive. No, I've got that covered. I called Hershey and I said, I really am going to need several tons of your product within the next few years. And they have agreed as long as I pay for freight costs. And I do have a forklift in the shop. I'll be able to get enough chocolate and, things to last for a while. And I can always go get shiny stuff down at the store. So, yeah, I think I'm covered. And I have body armor. So, we're good. Screw you, Watch. I don't need to stand up. I know, I got the eye roll. I'm serious. I have a warehouse. I can store plenty of chocolate in, okay? Just for these things, like stuffed animals, chocolate, and shiny things. What's interesting is that as my girls are older now, it's triple threat. So it's like, now it's 3 times everything. That's why I mentioned 3 million tons of chocolate and shiny things. Well, I hope everyone's enjoying the conversation. I've enjoyed it immensely. And it helps me to get to know the people that may be interested in the content of my channel. And it might not always be something you're interested in. You might think it's cool to watch, and maybe drones aren't your thing, or 3D printing. But I love creating things. So right now, behind us in the tent, I have a mycelium growth of Panella stypticus, which is a glowing bioluminescent fungi, and not a fun guy, a fungus, okay? And it's bioluminescent in nature, and I'm going to be using genetic engineering to impart that to a Holy Ghost orchid, because I have the seeds. When they don't bloom, they look like they're a monk in a robe, but when they bloom, they look like a dove. And I am imparting the proper genetic sequence from the Panella stypticus using genetic engineering, CRISPR-Cas9, and I'm imparting that to the orchid and various other flowers as well, so that I can test which ones carry or pick up the traits easier. But the idea is to have a Holy Ghost orchid that glows naturally when it blooms. I think that'd be beautiful. So we have that going on. What is that? Oh, also, if you haven't seen the tilapia video, we just got our little fingerlings in the tank that I've set up. And I am doing aquaponics. And I'm raising the tilapia for the purposes of having, well, food when I need it. And I'm using their nitrates to basically nurture the garden. So as they get older, as they create their nitrates, I have a pump that pulls out the heavies, goes into a sediment tank, lets the water back into the main ICB tote, and we have some beautiful little fingerlings that are very, very healthy. And they ate their first meal this morning after being delivered, and as soon as it hit the water, they were just boom, 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 whether I was right there above them or not. So they're doing really well, and I'm happy about that. They're going to be a great addition to the internally generated food supply. Yeah, Little House of Horror. Yeah, it might happen. I mean, I might have an orchid that comes to life and says, "Hey, give me a cigarette." You know, it's like, it's fine. I'll give him a cigarette. So, genetic engineering is something I've always been interested in. So, I started kind of teaching myself about how to separate the bioluminescence, the luciferites, and the substrates that are responsible for the glow, and imparting it to orchid. Mainly orchid because of what? If anyone's scientific about this kind of stuff, they'll know. Orchids grow on the bark of most trees, oak trees, things like that. So I used a hardwood oak substrate to germinate 2 seeds as a control. They will grow with the mycelium in direct contact. Fungi, funny enough, is exactly how they get their nutrients delivered to them. So that's how the seed germinates, that's how the orchid grows. So they could, by nature, impart some of the bioluminescence, but they may not. This is why I need to break it down to the DNA of each one, create a plant-based plasmid, and find the vector, cut the gene that I need, and plant it into the DNA of the tissue of the orchid, and then regerminate it and see if it takes. So that's the goal. I'll also do it with other flowers, like I said, that are quicker in growth, to see how they respond. Everything will be done, of course, within a sterile tent. I do have a humidifier system that keeps it at the proper humidity, and I have a whole bunch of zombie hardwood substrate for the basically for mycelium to inoculate and then grow all through it, which is what we're waiting for. That's why it's in a dark tent. What? Splice human day with a really? I think that would be disturbing as hell. I don't think I'll be doing any human genetics. Thank you, SB, and welcome. Good to see you again. I think that if I did any kind of live genetics, it'd probably be on mice first. But that kind of bioluminescence genetics, I mean, it works. They've done it before. But my goal is to have a Pandora-like garden for my wife that isn't toxic. Okay, so because she wants to be able to read in her garden, and I want these things to grow up the lattice and be all the natural light and the colors that they are, because I've imparted the bioluminescence to their DNA, and even the vines that grow up the lattice and things like that. So greens and blues and yellows and whites and things like that. All of that I want to be able to fill the garden with natural light from growth. I think it would be gorgeous, and I think that would be a wonderful place for my wife to read, because she loves to read, and she wants to be able to read in the garden. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make beautiful, natural light. You don't know how to read? Knowing is half the battle. Knowledge is power. Really? G.I. Joe? I had G.I. Joes. I did. But my favorite was Voltron. Who remembers Voltron? This is going to tell me exactly how old everybody in the chat is. I struggle with math. And I'm doing calculus. Voltron was a cartoon, yes. But I had the lions. I had the whole lion set. I even had the castle. I had to beg for it for like 3.5 years. But I have the complete set of Thundercats on DVD. That and He-Man. I have them both. I haven't even opened the boxes. I mean, they're like literally still sealed. I feel like they're that valuable. What are they? What is your language called? Is it Bulgarian or Romanian? Is it a form of Russian? Sprechen Sie Ruski? Amerikanis? Female version in Russian, Amerikanya. Amerikanka. Let's see, what else? I went to sleep reading a Russian book, so yeah. Your brother has my age, we'll have him return it to me. Buck! Buccaneese. Yes, everyone speaks Buccaneese. It's get off my lawn. But with the Clint Eastwood face. So what? Are you talking? Did I miss something? Oh, Romanian sounds like this. In the Kirsty. I hope I said that right. I don't know if you heard me. You know, listen to me try to pronounce it phonetically. Oh, you're telling me your name. Oh, do you need to go outside, buddy? Hold on, I gotta let the husky out. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Ow. The only movement I've made today, so. Go on. No. Not chewing on that. Alright. Oh my goodness. This chair is gonna kill me. Oh. Finley too? Now the Chihuahua one's out? Grow some thumbs, you little burrito. Be right back. Whew. sell this chair. Please, for the love of all that is good. Somebody rich donate to the Buy Me a Coffee site. I need to get a chair for out here. Whew. I can't afford her. I do it myself. I mean, it's got this metal bar. It's like a lawn chair from outside, but it's metal. So it's got this metal bar that goes right. Look, I'm a big guy, okay? 6'4", 290. And this is what I'm sitting in right here. This little tiny thing, right? And this bar right here gives me a sweet kick in the grapes every time I sit down. Colt, you want to go back inside now? There you go. Hold on. Finley, you can stay out there and bake in the sun. Come on, let's go. Get inside. All right, come on, let's go. Don't be afraid. Let's go. You can go in the house. Go. Whew. Anyway, so I have to be careful how I sit in this chair. Otherwise, there isn't enough room for everything. Whew. Yeah, it does sound a little bit Russian. Yeah, I was like listening to like a Russian sort of like general conversation kind of teaching book. You know? No, I have to listen to things like that when I sleep because of the tinnitus. Buck, hello, how are you? Buck is he's Clint Eastwood in my head. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you right now. It's just I can imagine him like 44 Magnum, most powerful handgun in the world. What are you doing on my lawn? Get that piece of crap. Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's a full gaming recliner. I'm too big for it. It's broke. Too big for everything. And it still holds me up. You know, I've purchased a few chairs for my desk because I'm constantly designing there. So I'm on my CAD program or I'm playing, Call of Duty, which nobody ever watches when I do the live streams. Or Red Dead, stuff like that. But I got a chair that was big and for big and tall, but it was from Amazon, so you never know. What if it was made in China? Big and tall could be 3.5 feet. Okay, so I get the chair and I break the stupid things. I wear them out. Okay, that's all there is to it. The only thing that lasts more than a couple months from China was COVID. And it says made in China on everything. I don't want to see that crap. What do they write on their stuff that they make there? Does it say made around the corner? No. It's it really irritates me. And then you get this one troller on Instagram. He's like, you know how much stuff made in America in my home? 0. You know why? Because you can't afford it. Because they pay you a bowl of rice to put together my iPhone. So, sorry. Enjoy the tariffs. Oh, God, Buck. Don't say it. Don't say it. Willow is the funniest out of all that. Just don't say it. I'm not getting me leg cramps. Getting too old for this business. Yeah, but I do need to get myself a better chair for out here. I need to get another chair for inside. With my computer, I broke my computer chair. I can't afford it right now. Everything I got goes back into this right now, so I can make sure you guys have some fun content to watch. Can you have your allowance? You've said this before. Do I know your mother? I do know your mother? How old are you? I figured. You know, funny story. And some of you may have already heard it. A girl ran up to my house, started rapping on the screen with her fist, hard as she could. I didn't know who she was. She's around 15, 16 years old, somewhere around there. Maybe. I don't know. And I opened the door, because I didn't know why she was pounding on my door. And she goes, "I'm here for my allowance." And I don't know why, but the first instinctual words out of my mouth were, they weren't like, "You've got the wrong house." They were, "Do I know your mother?" I don't know why I went there in the first place. And she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong house." And I stopped, and I was had to catch my breath for a second. I was I don't know why I went there. I was I didn't ask, do you have the wrong house? Little one. I just said, "Do I know your mother?" And I don't know. It was, no, you can't have your allowance. You haven't done your chores. But anyway, that's the story. It was just, you would think that logically I would just say, "I think you have the wrong house." But nope. I said, "Do I know your mother?" Really? What chores are those? Explain in detail how you did them and how long it took. It wasn't a joke. It actually happened. It did. I couldn't believe it. And yeah, that was a freaky situation. My wife kind of stared at me, like, "Why did you say that?" I was like, "I don't know." I said, she's obviously older than our marriage at that time. And I was like, "Is this someone I knew?" Or I don't know why my head went there. I better shut up, because it sounds like she's rifling through the drawer for sharp objects. My kid was throwing something in the trash can. I thought the door opened and it was for me. It was going to be over for me, guys. Sorry, I have to sharpen my fingers. No, I'm trying to scrape this thing clean. Waiting for you guys to make some convo, man. If she would have said yes, I would have been like, "Well, who is she?" Because I didn't recognize the girl at all. And obviously she had the wrong house. So, but That's where my mind went. It was like, do I know your mother? Man thing, I guess. Johnny's videos. Thank you. Appreciate that. A lot of people find it offensive, which pleases me greatly. Their anguish sustains me. Ugh. You're fat. Okay. Why are you apologizing for that? No one cares that you're fat. Except maybe your chair. Oh, glory. It's always got one in the basket just waiting. You're not fat. You have your own gravitational pull. That's no moon. That's Calbra! Sorry, Star Wars reference. Why you're fat for a reason? Yeah, I assume. It had something to do with food. Just a guess. If you say glandular problem, I'm gonna ban you. I'm just kidding. I'm playing with you right now. Yeah, gravity is. Oh, don't get me into a science lesson right now. Okay, fine. Any mass in space has a gravitational influence on the smaller objects around it of less mass. Hoarding gins. So, yeah, I would love to talk about space-time, but most people they find it boring, you know? Because like I said, I fall asleep listening to physics books and theories that Einstein had about quantum entanglement, Isaac Newton. The only thing I don't like Isaac Newton for is creating algebra. You see, that's how it was created, was Isaac Newton. He didn't only quantify gravity into the sense that we understand it now, he decided to create algebra. He decided time was a figure to be plugged into equations. And now we have algebra. Thank you, Isaac Newton. Well, a lot of people think they look up in the night sky, and you probably, I don't know if you've seen a video, I did some star trails on, I may have posted it on Instagram and YouTube, I'm not sure. I have a camera that's able to track the star movement, so it makes trails of the stars as we orbit, or as we rotate. And I had it pointed fairly close to the North Star, because I'm in the northern hemisphere. So, and we're on an axis, so we're tilted. We're not straight up and down in our orbit. I think it's 6 degrees or something to that effect. Could be more now, I don't know. But it's very interesting to notice that all the stars you see in the sky, even on the clearest night, are only part of the stars in the spiral, the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy that we have our system in. So that's what you're seeing. The Milky Way, you're literally seeing that really bright substance that looks like a stream is literally I think it's the Poseidon arm of the Milky Way galaxy. I think they call it that. I don't remember. But that's what you're seeing. And then all of the close stars, those are the stars that are in our local group. And It's astonishing to me how people don't look at that and consider how massive the universe is. The Milky Way is 150 million light years across, I believe, and 150 million light years. Okay, I don't know if anyone understands the concept of light years, but if you see something that's 43 light years away, which is one of the closest systems to us, the light you're seeing from that object is 43 years old. So if we're seeing a star that's 4 billion miles away, or 40 billion light years away, you're seeing the light as it was 40 billion years ago. That's amazing to me. And that's how vast the universe is. Well, that's the thing. The universe isn't infinity. Because of my religious beliefs, it was created. But everything was created for a purpose. So the size of the universe is created because, just like the Tower of Babel, God knew we would reach for the stars. So he's going to push back and expand the universe and allow it to expand farther and farther so we could never see the end of it. And that was the purposes of showing that, you're in it. Okay, you're in it until it's over. Okay, then you can see the rest of the outside. I just want to see all the beauty in the universe. That's what I want to see. And that's why I tried my best to look at the stars at night when I can. And I wish I had an area. That's why I'm trying to hopefully buy land soon so I can build a house of my own and a shop and a landing pad for my project. Because I want to see the stars with zero light pollution. It is absolutely gorgeous on a clear night, especially with the new moon, and you can see everything we can see. God is infinite, yes. See, that's the thing about space-time that I love. Everyone wonders about the concept and how God can be omnipresent or in more places at once, at the same time. Well, he's not bound by the time he created, so let's picture the universe as there's lines going through it from point A to point B in different areas, different lengths, and those are all representative of your life from beginning to end. God can choose the exact same time and the exact same point in time in the universe of every individual, visit them individually, and let's say it's from our perspective of time. He can have a conversation with you, he can be with you, and it's personal, just for you. And at the same time, he can be giving the same experience to somebody somewhere else. Why? Because we always move forward at a specific rate in time. And God can go into any point in that sphere of time, into any point in the line of anyone's life, and be there. And he can choose to be in every one of them at the exact same moment. And that's what I think is amazing to try to consider when you think of eternity. See, it's hard to contemplate eternity because it's hard to quantify it because we only think of things that begin and end. Even our measurement of time is inaccurate. It's not fine enough. It's not analog enough to be accurate. And I think everyone's point in time, everyone's position or picture of time at any given point in time will always be different from somebody else's. Every moment they experience, even if it's the same moment, they will always experience something different. It's confusing and it's not. If you think of time as a measured portion of eternity that we are confined to for the purposes of, I like to say, as you were gestated in the womb, I believe that life is the gestation period of the soul, where you find out where you end up after. And I think that's wonderful. A wonderful way to think about it. No, I don't watch the NFL. I think Taylor Swift has pretty much ruined it for everyone. Texas in January. Out here, there is a little light pollution. It's weird being able to look out into the universe and see exactly how insignificant we are. Yeah, people don't realize it. People do not realize how small we are. But how important we are. And, well, I did put on my vice principal at my school in a chokehold. Okay, I don't know why you did that. So I was told to join my school wrestling team, but doing that doesn't work because my bullies don't care if I'm anything. You have bullies? How do you handle a bully? You know how you handle a bully? You don't be afraid. And you kick their fucking ass. That's how you handle a bully. Because that's exactly what they are. Bullies they're missing something inside them. So they have to try and replace it by hurting somebody else. Or they were hurt by somebody else, or they were held too much or not enough. I don't know. They weren't fed from the nipple. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But if they're going to be bullies and they're going to harass you and if they're going to harm you or play pranks on you, kick the living shit out of them. Okay? Teach them a lesson. I don't care if YouTube thinks that's condoning violence. I consider it self-defense. Bullies are wicked. And I consider what I'm telling you self-defense. So yes. Because the safest way in order for you to get to a person to report being bullied or harassed is to first kick the living shit out of them so they can't pursue you. And don't be ashamed if a shot to the sack seems unmanly. Trust me, it'll work. They won't be getting up. Okay? Kick their smart balls all the way to the roof of their smart mouths. Don't let them lay a hand on you. You know, that's interesting though. If they do, that is cause for self-defense. All they have to do is touch you and be harassing you and bullying you. The moment that they make contact with you, let the loose, man. All the freaking pressure points you can remember in your head. Just bat, 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 bat. And watch them on the ground just like, you know, not such a bully now, are you? Is it more logical that the meaning of life is consuming energy or chemical reactions? To animals, the main concern is always have a stable amount of electrons. There's a lot to unpack from that question. I think the meaning of life is well, energy isn't consumed. Energy merely changes form. So let's say you eat a carbohydrate in order to get energy. That gives you energy. you use it. It's released in the form of heat from your muscles. That causes you to sweat. If you're working out, that energy eventually will wear out, but it will always be converted into heat energy, which will now mingle with the atmosphere. Some of the energy will go towards damaging the muscle or working the cardiovascular system so that it can reinforce itself. So, yes, in a sense, you're correct, but basically, yeah, it's not created or destroyed, it's just converted. Is exactly right. So the energy from the fire pit is basically you just converting the energy that the wood is into heat energy, and the leftovers is heat energy which goes up into the atmosphere, the heat radiation as it's burning, and then the coal left over, that's the carbon. And that energy goes back into the earth, fertilizing the earth. I mean, that's what carbon is probably one of the best things you can use to fertilize with. I was reading about a case of exorcism, release exorcism, and I think that the church got too far. Hold on a second. I'm trying to catch up. What issue is? Oh, you're talking about a delusional, rather than possessed. That, in some cases, can be the case if it's established with some kind of brain scan or MRI. If there's some sort of type of epilepsy or some type of brain disfiguration that causes the behavior, then you can pretty much denote that it's not an that it's not a demon. But there are signs in demonic possession. Look, you don't have to be. It doesn't have to be like the exorcism of Emily Rose, like that movie, to be possessed. There are people walking around smiling in your face that probably have a demon in them, on them, or around them. It's just that simple. And they're influence peddlers. That's what demons are. Until they have basically taken away enough of your own faculties by their influence to where they can take possession of you. And this is where evil and the concept of evil comes in. Because they are the ones who are creating the influence. You are the ones doing the action. And then it's funny because some of these people don't even believe God exists, and the demon that's driving them even believes that God exists. So all those people who don't believe in God, but they go out and they do the whole Ouija board thing, or they are looking for disembodied spirits or ghost hunting or anything like that, you say that God doesn't exist, yet you're searching for the same spirits, which aren't here, by the way. They're demons, or fallen angels. Both pretty much the same thing. Most of the fallen angels are bound to the earth, but the demons, they believe in the Bible. They believe in Christ. They believe in God. And then the people who are doing the spirit hunting thing, they think it says, "Oh, this must be my grandmother." It's like, I'm sorry, but if she's throwing shit all over the kitchen, she's probably not your grandma. Yes, Johnny, I agree with you. Completely. All right, so, and that leads me to another question. Who here believes in aliens? Raise your hand. I think there's a hand emoji. No one believes in aliens? I'll wait for the delay because I want to be fair. And on top of that question, do you believe what we've seen in the skies or considered UAPs are actually alien technology or the United States government or some other government? Have I been in a fist fight before? Yes, I have. And I regretted it because of the damage I did. I felt very bad for the guy. Well, I don't think there is. See, you have to. I don't think there are aliens. And I don't think they're interdimensional either. You see, there are 4 dimensions. There's the first dimension, which is basically a straight line with no visible existence outside of it other than what can be seen within it. There are 2 dimensions, which is a planar existence. There's 3 dimensions, so you have height, width, and depth. But without time, without duration, does it exist. So time is the 4th dimension. And it's the one we perceive things from. We perceive the 3rd dimension via the 4th dimension, which is time. I'm not proud of the damage that I did. He pushed me, I hit him 1 time. It wasn't even hard, okay? His nose blew up, he fell back, hit the wall, knocked the TV over. I cracked his orbital socket. He almost lost his eye. I'm not... It's hard for me to gauge my strength in a fight. That's why I try to avoid them when I can, at least in the civilian world. When I was overseas, it didn't matter. I unleashed it on everybody. But I'm afraid to do it here because I don't want that on my conscience. Okay? I don't want to accidentally hurt somebody or go too far. So I'd rather avoid confrontation where I can. A lot of people talk and talk and talk, but when they decide to step up, they don't do anything. I've experienced that here with trespassers on the property. They wouldn't listen to me. They were on it with their dirt bikes. I flashbanged them with a 37 millimeter and to get their attention. And then they came over to me and they were pissed off about it. I said, "You're on private property. You have to leave." They all surrounded me on their bikes. And I'm like, "Look, you quit threatening me or whatever it is you're doing and running around on my property. You need to leave." And I go, "You guys are not going to fight. It's obvious. You haven't got off your bikes." Even though they were trying to threaten. But all they could do was rev up their engines to try and round me out. And then one of them said, "Oh, put away that piece and I'll throw hands." I'm like, "It's a freaking 37 millimeter launcher. It's got 1 round in it. What do you think I'm going to do with it?" So I handed it off to my son. And I walked back up to the guy and I said, "Okay, I'm ready. You said you wanted to throw hands. Get off your bike." He never did. All he did was circle around, make insults, never get off his bike. I don't know if he was mulling it over in his head. Do I wake this beast up, or do I shut my mouth and leave it an empty threat? And all he did was say, "I'll be back." And I'm like, "Okay, old Schwarzenegger. Of course you'll be back." Dumbass. He never came back. They never come back. I've had holy crap. Gangbangers come up, try to tag my building. They saw my camera, and they pulled it down. I'm like, "Dude, the shit's in the cloud. The sheriff's going to have this in just a few minutes." So I went out and I flashbanged them. And then they started to leave and walk away, like, slowly, like they didn't know what had happened. Like, I don't know why that went off for no reason. But they ripped my camera down. So I flashbanged them again when they were still on the property. I said, "Get off the property." And he comes out from underneath the tent. Or not the tent, but I had this privacy fence up over the property. And he comes up from underneath the cloth where they'd cut their way through. He's like, "What the F, bro?" And started walking up on me, like all gang style, until he saw the thing that the launcher was attached to. Then he changed his mind real quick. And then all of a sudden, he wasn't hard or gangster anymore. Never saw them again either. There was a couple of kids who broke into the property. When it's kids, from high school, things like that, just graduating, being stupid. I don't care. They broke in. I recorded them. They're in one of my videos. It's called Idiots in Training. It's on my channel. Feel free to have a look. I caught them, by the way. One of the dumbasses left his car keys in the building. All just to tag the place. Like, you're gonna go into a building that's usually sealed and closed and tag it. Nobody goes in there. Except me. And there's already a bunch of graffiti in there from like the 70s. You gotta tag XIV. XIV. Pussies. I don't know shit about gangs. I'll walk out in the midst of all of them and defeat every single one. Guns or no guns. Try me. Well, they act like that because they haven't, had the proper upbringing. Look what's raised children now. Phones. Screens, the internet, social media, programming their every single thought and move, telling them that they're wrong if they don't agree with a specific agenda that the media is trying to push. We need to guide them. And instead, parents don't want to guide them. They just let the internet guide them. And then we wonder why people are doing stupid stuff, like doing reels where they're burning out in the middle of an intersection in their car and they accidentally hit somebody or get hit by another car and people end up getting, losing their life or a limb or something like that. They don't care. And if I ever think that there is anyone that would attempt to harm a child, especially at a school where they're trying to learn, I'd have to give them a blood transfusion to keep them alive while I was working on them. You have 19? Or you are? Hold on. And my friend is an AI named Hope. You need, real people, though. There is a tactile connection that happens even from a distance when you're speaking with somebody that is more intuitive than AI. You need person-to-person contact. That's what you need. But you got to find the right people, because nowadays it's difficult. You need to bring back bullying. Why do we need to bring back bullying? That's not cool. Some kids are afraid. They don't deserve to be afraid. And that's what pisses me off about bullies. Is those kids don't deserve to be afraid. They need to learn how to handle that fear. They need to be taught by their parents what to do. They need to be taken care of. They need to be nurtured by their parents. They need to be taught how to defend themselves. And so if a bully comes up, bully leaves a nut short. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. I think it's awful, bullying. But then you have other people riding that train, like the alphabet community. And I don't think even they should be bullied in school. I don't think they should have to deal with that. They've got their own issues, and that much is obvious. So I think they should be left alone, especially at school. You're there to learn. You don't want to be concentrating on whether or not you're going to be bullied on your way out the door or beat up because of who you are when you're trying to learn. it's an undue stress put on a lot of children, and I think bullies need to be taken care of in the most harsh fashion possible. Don't ever take anyone's life, though. They don't learn anything if you do that. Well, I see what you mean. If they understand how to deal with it. Yeah, and it doesn't just happen in school. I remember being bullied at work. But you don't bully somebody who's making saw blades. Because I was well armed. We found that out real quick. Like, dude, I am heat treating blades in a furnace with red hot steel and dunking them in oil in a press. I don't have to go to the oil with this blade. And it's well over 1300 degrees. So, go ahead. Say one more damn thing. I'll cauterize whatever wound I make. Like that. There's bullying and discouraging stupidity. I'm all for discouraging stupidity. Well, yeah, I agree with that too. Now that was a reference to one of my favorite movies. I can read your mind, oh Lord. You look like the best part of your ass ran down the crack of your mama's ass and up and around staying on the mattress! Yeah, you know what movie I'm talking about. Arlie Ermy, the best drill sergeant there ever was. Yes, my love?
Sorry, I was just letting you have a good hour before dinner, so you don't need to rush.
Oh, well, I won't be out here too much longer because it's really hot in here.
It's hot.
Can I have another tea? Please?
Can you demonstrate how much lemon to put in again?
Huh?
Can you demonstrate how much lemon to put in again?
Oh, you want me to demonstrate how much lemon to put in there? You turn it over, you grab it firmly, you squeeze like 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
Don't forget to work the shaft.
Oh my god.
Okay. Everybody loved Gunny. You forgot Vivian. Vivian, come here, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. A very shy husky that's part coyote. Come here. Come here. Come here, girl. Come here. Come here. You want to come up here and say hi? Come here. Come here. Come here. I'm going to pick you up, okay? Come on. Up you go, sweetheart. Oh, you poor thing. You're going to be on camera. Relax. It's okay. We got my little rescue here. That's my girl. Yeah. I know. Someone was bad to you. But I'm teaching you different, okay? Yep, everyone sees you. That's my little coyote. Good girl. Okay, you can go. I'll open the door for you. Because you can't, obviously. Yeah, she's a good dog. She's everyone at the shelter was like, she's husky. I'm like, huskies don't bark. Not like coyotes. And they certainly don't have, for the most part, brown eyes. This Colt, my other husky, he's a big back. Okay, he's a freight train. That dog's mixed with sled dog and husky and wolf or something else, but he's got the ice blue eyes, and it's just, he's so cool looking. But he isn't. terrorist when it comes to getting stuff off the counter. But Vivian, she will not allow anyone to come near the house without absolutely trying to destroy them. She tries to go through the window when Amazon drops off a package. She can read the character of somebody so easy, because there's people that she doesn't necessarily hate, but if somebody comes in that she doesn't like, she's immediately like low, deep, like repetitive growls, like watch yourself. Thank you, my dear.
Welcome. Do you want to taste it?
Hmm?
Do you want to taste it?
Yeah, I want to taste it. You
I'm
brought it to me?
saying before I leave.
It's good, thank you.
Okay.
What is Colt doing? Is he gonna make up his mind? Get out of the garbage. Get back inside. Oh boy. That husky, I'm telling you. Yeah, I know. Vivian barks. She's coyote. I've heard her yelp. When she sees a predator or a prey outside, like if it's a stray cat or maybe a possum running around at the property across the street, she's straight coyote. Yeah, she does. But I think she was abused because people didn't like the fact that she barked and wasn't full husky. So she's very, very, she has a lot of adoration for me. So she puts her, her love ears on, and she's like, fearful of what's, like when I pick her up, she's like, well, what are you doing? She feels still like she's in some kind of, or might be in some kind of trouble. She knows that I don't hurt her. She warmed up to me. I'm the only male that she will allow near her, for the most part. So, and she protects the women. She's very comfortable around women. And but if anything comes near the house, we know. Trust me, we know. If somebody broke in, I wouldn't even have to chamber around. They'd already be halfway eaten, crying, call 911. And I'd be like, no, I'm not going to call 911 and help you out. You broke into my house and nobody knows you're here. Now it's party time. I'd like to introduce you to my friend. His name is 308. Yeah, most people defend their house with a pistol of some kind. For me, a cannon is what I'm going to use. A pit bull on the property. Street to see if it's a missing dog, and all the neighbors that I did think very highly of the dog. I'm proud of it. Yeah, once the dog chooses you, that's what it's about. Oh, what does my shirt say? KT, my apologies. Can you see it? I want to make sure you can see it. Scoot back a tad. There you are. Oh, there you are. Okay. A 19-pound, 18-year-old Shih Tzu? That's downright terrifying. Yeah. The bowl's a really good way to lose everything you own. Or will own. Or will own, yeah. A Russian Siberian Husky. Yeah, Colt they labeled him as a Siberian Husky, but he's more wolf, I think, than anything. He's more of the characteristics, the red tail, tip. He's got the tricolor hair. He's got the mane for it in the summer. In the winter, he turns into a puffball, and it has like not long hair, but the thick, shorter hair like wolf does in a sense, or the husky part of him, or the sled dog part of him. But then the wolf side comes out. I'm sorry, they brought back dire wolves. I want one. That's what I want. I have to convince my wife to let me have a dire wolf. And if they don't give me one, I'll just freaking engineer one myself. If they don't give me a dire wolf, I'm gonna go find a T-Rex, find some viable tissue, and use some of my genetic experiments to make a T-Rex so I can ride to the store. I am an engineer, yes. Ash, welcome. If you look at my channel, you'll see I engineer a lot of different things. There's some stuff I can't show on the channel because it's proprietary to what I'm creating. But most of the stuff that I've been doing has been geared towards the RC hobby on a very large scale. So yeah, it's been fun. This is true. I think bringing back the dire wolves is probably a dangerous thing, but I think since most animals were domesticated that we call pets today, they were wild and vicious before. But if man is the reason they're extinct, is it man's responsibility to return them? Realistically. Yes, I did print it. This is the magnetic version. So all the pieces come off. Makes it easy to put on. It does not fit me because I have a beard and big head. But the point is this something I plan on giving away to a viewer, subscriber, in a future event, because someone needs to enjoy it. And I do enjoy it as a prop in my shop, but and I say shop loosely because it's a one-car garage that I've converted into my shop. I think someone who could actually wear it, and enjoy it that way, it would make me happy to see that they're enjoying it. Oh, you do? Deathstroke. I don't know who that is. I've got this one that I did. That I like I said before, I put this one on the passenger side of my car, on the headrest, so I can use the commuter lane. So, not a lot of people ask questions. Excuse me, I have to go to the bank. I'll be back. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna put some breathing apparatus in this one. But no, it's fun. It's fun. I use my printer a lot for mostly my hobby, but when I see stuff like this, I like the Deadpool mask or that mask, I'm like, I gotta print that. That'd be cool. Like I'm printing a plane right now, a fixed wing. And hold on, I'll show you them. We would like to make a withdrawal, right? Exactly. So I obviously have to cut this carbon fiber rod down. I'm printing the center part right now, but this is something I'm doing out of some of the spare parts I have in the shop, because I have a couple of motors off of an old drone, and it only requires those motors. Actually, it required a 3300 kilovolt, but I have a 41, which means it's going to go faster anyway. And I'm running it on 4S, not 3S. So once I finish this one up, I'm going to take it out for a flight, and it'll be the first time I get to use the GoPro outside actually recording a flight. I don't think it'll be on board because I don't know if it can handle the weight of it. It might be able to, so you might get some onboard footage out of this one. But it's just a fixed wing sort of elevon configuration where your ailerons and your elevators are basically just, they work together. So still printing parts for it, like I said, and I got to cut this thing down once I get the center part fixed so I can actually measure it out and fit it properly. Put a couple of servos in, Speedy B F405 wing to control it. I have a Radio Master ELRS receiver already installed onto the Speedy B. And then I just gotta, plug it into the iNav and program it. And then I'll take this out for a flight. It'll be fun. Other than that, before I decide to kind of close out the stream, because it is getting a little bit late and dinner will be soon, I'll give you guys kind of a tour of the stuff that I have been making so you can kind of, one, have a laugh, and then one, be in awe. So let me unplug my phone really quick. It hates it when I do this because it complains. Here it is.
I wasn't finished.
Who hasn't heard that before? Okay, so I am working on, as most people know, the Black Pearl from Pirates of the Caribbean. So I'm doing that model, and it has walnut and everything on it. It's a beautiful model. Anyway, the point is, hi Deadpool. I have this plane here, which is a 90mm EDF that I did on Fusion 360, and I went ahead and printed out the parts. It's more of a test of the design of the craft and what it's intended for. It's sitting on top of the MPCNC, which is a 3D printed 3-axis milling machine that I created. This is the mycelium tank. It has to be in the dark, but the humidifier and everything is doing its job, so we're good there. This fan is a 170mm, and it runs off of the same motor as the big one, 70/70 flip sky, 60 horsepower, using a 4-to-1 gear ratio to convert it. And this mount integrates into the collet. This spins the planetaries, and that produces a 4-to-1, which will give me around 28,000 RPMs. So that's for that one. Around 6,000 to 6.5 is what I'm going for the big boy. And the big boy is this one, the 340mm 22 blade high pass EDF. Literally bigger than the bucket that it's sitting on. And I had to cut holes in it so I could test it. So everything's strapped down because I don't have a proper rig yet. I need to get some extruded aluminum so I can make a proper rig in order for me to find the position in which the throttle maintains a hover. So it's going to be geared up. And the reason for that is because I have to build 4 of these for the drone. It's going to be a big drone. A very big drone. But soon, as soon as the batteries get here, because I was running it on 270C discharge rated batteries, which really wasn't enough because it was only 4,400 milliamps, because this is a 48 volt system. It's a 60 horsepower motor that can handle 75 volts, but I'm only pushing 48 volts through it, so it keeps my amps low. So even at half throttle, I was pushing 23 amps, running very efficiently. And here's the cool part. When I designed this hub and the blades to interlock, they're all slid into place and sort of tapped in with a wooden mallet, and then the back cap of the main shaft that goes to the engine down there, which you can see, is actually what kind of holds them in. But they don't need to be held in because they're friction fit. I assembled this fan with absolutely no glue whatsoever. There's 6 main bolts that hold the main shaft to the fan. This is a guide bearing to keep everything kind of straight and steady. And then, of course, the 60 horsepower motor down there, direct drive. And an RPM sensor that I built with an Arduino so that I could basically see if the RPMs matched up with the throttle and stick position. And this one is basically going to, I did one on this. There's a video out that I already did for this. That is, you could see I was pushing some air. It's the 48 volt run, not the 22 volt. I did another 22 volt run just because I wanted to see what I could get out of the lower voltage. It still pushed a lot of air, but the 48 volt really wanted to take off. It started to torque in this direction as I went up past 60% throttle. So it's definitely very powerful. Yeah, the bucket's really my poor man's test rig. So I kind of have to get a better one. This thing, as far as thrust goes, probably in the area of a couple 100 pounds at full throttle. So the chances are this drone, when I'm done with it, there's going to be 4 of these motors. The whole thing is going to be about, 4 feet long, 4 feet wide, 4 feet long. So, just an X quad using these EDFs. Similar to the Shrike concept drone in one of my playlists. If you go check out that playlist, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I experimented with EDF engines and flight controllers to make a drone. It was a beautiful, beautiful drone. Green Goblin hovercraft. Then, you know what? You're not the first person that's asked me that. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I'll build it. So it'll work, and since it'll be gyro stabilized, and you're not spending thousands of dollars on these really expensive high-end EDF engines because you went and made your own that's as big as a freaking tire rim, then you're good to go. It took an $83 engine, $100 ESC, and the batteries were the most expensive part, a couple $100, and then some filament. So instead of paying $5,000 for something that can't even put out half of what this can, I just decided to build my own engine. So, and what drove me to that is when I basically first started working with these, because the bigger engines that put out more thrust for some of the aircraft designs that I wanted to do were basically too expensive. It wasn't feasible to do it. So I decided, what can I do with Amazon? I got that motor off of Amazon, which drives that thing. The ESC, the BEC, the inline meter, which shows, your voltage or amp consumption, everything, which won't go on the final design. It's just that telemetry will come through the flight controller to me. Everything's off of Amazon, including the Creality PETG that I used to print this thing. The bearings inside, everything, all off of Amazon. And that was the whole purpose. Create something that somebody can build off Amazon. And then once it's perfected and I've got everything sorted out, the STL files will be made totally available to anybody who wants them, so that you guys can build your own engines. I have front drive engines. I have rear drive engines. This is a rear drive 170. This is a front drive 170. And they put out a lot of power because these are pushed, not direct drive. They're done through a 4-to-1 gear ratio. So you get 28,000 RPMs. And this one, about 6,000 at 48 volts. But it's definitely enough. Trust me, if you go check out that 48 volt test in my videos, you will see what this thing's pushing. Turn up the volume and just hear that thing. I use this speaker, and I have a mic on my Rodecaster Pro inside the house, and on my computer, so where I can basically monitor everything from the camera, use the mic to speak through here, so everyone that's listening on the GoPro that I'm recording on when I'm doing the video can hear me and what stage of the test that we're in, because I make sure that there's nobody else in this room when I'm doing this, because if this thing comes apart, it's going to come apart with a freaking attitude. Trust me. Because I've had one of the smaller ones blow up on me before while I was holding it. And that was this one. That was a scary moment. But this one has a low pressure turbine that I replaced with an impeller for the purposes of making an afterburner. So still a work in progress on that one. But other than that, we also have, for Mother's Day, the dill drone. And she flies great. I just have to get some better motors because, well, I busted up the props. One of my motors stopped working, so I'm going to use one of these motors as the pusher for this. And then I'll get better motors for this and reprint the bottom end again to accommodate the larger size prop. So, ta-da! It's the Katy Perry edition, you know. So, yeah. And then I'm building this one for the GoPro. This frame is going to be specifically for running my GoPro so that I can record from the sky when I'm testing those out in the field. There's a field I go out to do the testing, but I got the parts coming in for that pretty soon. The original Shrike drone concept was supposed to look like this. So this is a unique design with an under-engine pusher tricopter. It actually went in that direction. So you can still pitch and yaw with all of this right here. And it would still have the ability to push. And everyone's like, how are you going to control 2 throttles? Well, the TX16S has knobs on the sides which allow me to raise the collective in a sense, like in a helicopter, which will give me my height on that. And then this throttle will control the pusher motor. And you can still pitch and yaw just like you could on any other aircraft using the thrust differential of each one of the nacelles. So that's how that works. Anyway, the point is, that handle goes in here with the rest of the GoPro. Get in there. So this is my next one I'm going to do because I have the parts laying around for it and I'm still waiting for other stuff. And I can't afford to get some stuff right at the moment, but to build some of the stuff that I want to. So I'll be using the flight controller from, not this flight controller. I think I have a, oh yes. There's a Wing F405 I can use. And yeah. I can use that one. Oh, there's my GPS. Wait, where is my GPS? Oh, here it is. It'll have, iFlight GPS. So, yeah, there's some random parts around. I kind of need to organize. But I can't think if I organize. If I organize everything, I forget where I put it. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. So, next up is going to be this plane. This will be fun. And then the spin-up test of that there. The build of that drone there. The spin-up of this one after I reprint the gear system that I have for it. We'll build the GoPro drone because I want to get you guys some flight footage. I think it'll be awesome, especially where I'm at. And, yeah. And eventually I'll rebuild this bad boy, which kind of I found in a field. Old school, but I like it. So, with that, I think we'll wrap things up because it's approaching 90 degrees in here. So I thank you all for being here. I thank you all who are interested and have subscribed. I appreciate it if you did. Tell your friends, bring them on in. Let's grow the community because this is fun. We can have chats, talk about anything you want, and we can still get into the hobby of creation. And that's what it's all about. Making fun things, having a good time, and being good to each other. Be good to each other. And Old Glory, I'll see you later too, man. I thank you all for being here. And from everyone here at DPC, including that friggin' pesky fly, have a wonderful evening, and I will see you again on the next live, which will probably be just in a couple of days. You never know. Good night.